FNCS Major 1 kicked off in style. So let's take a look back at some of the best moments so far and some teams to look out for ahead of the Major 1 finals this weekend. The inseparable duo of Sky and Scroll are a team that many have their eyes on to win the whole thing this major. They've seemingly been together since the beginning of time, and although they haven't always delivered on expectations, this season could well be the one they finally reach their potential as FNCS champions. From early game at a likely uncontested north side of Battlewood Boulevard, solid mid-game surge strategies, and end-game consistency, these guys have all the ingredients for success, so look out for them at the very top of the leaderboards this weekend. I think it's safe to say that the Heats in NA Central was quite eventful. Heat 3 really did bring the heat, with two of our best teams in the lobby, Clix and Higgs and Peterbot. After the first two games, both Peterbot and Clix were in strong but not fully safe positions. In Game 3, Peterbot made a bold move by landing at Clix's drop Wonky Land, but Clix switched to Peterbot's drop at Squibbly Shores. With Peterbot confidently qualifying through and Clix only just sneaking in at 14th place, it was looking as though we'd see an all-timer off-spawn fight between the two of the best teams in the region at Wonky Land. However, Peterbot seems to have claimed his old drop of Squibbly Shores again instead. With that being said, after what happened in Heats, I wouldn't put it past Peterbot and Poyo to try their luck landing at Wonky Land again in the major finals. The last chance qualifier was a spectacle as always, as the final 5 teams on both EU and NA Central booked their seats on the Major 1 Finals Battle Bus. In EU, Lusher and Howley looked primed to take home a win in the very first game, claiming high ground for themselves and looking healthy, until... yeah, that happened. But thankfully, they find themselves in the endgame on height in Game 4, and again are looking to take home the win and soar towards the Major 1 Finals. What could possibly go wrong? Right. Well, that leaves Howley as a solo against the duo on low ground, but he's not giving up that easily. Still on height, he waits for Noms and El Wavy to overdrive grenade up, taking down Noms first, and then hits an insane edit reset play on El Wavy to eliminate him and send his team to the Major 1 Finals. Let's just hope they can avoid fall damage this weekend. Finally, in the very last game of the last chance qualifier on NAC, we got to see an absolutely genius play from Electro to qualify his team through. After spending the majority of the endgame on height, Ulk and Electro get surprised by Chaos Gaming and AIM, who make a play for high ground, taking out Ulk in the process and leaving Electro as a solo. With the final zone closing and the odds against him as a solo player, Electro decides to use his overdrive grenades to dash into the storm and towards a mending machine at Battlewood Boulevard. With this, he can use his gold to keep buying patch-ups to heal up and survive the storm. Meanwhile, Stiff can only watch on as he goes down in the storm, and Electro manages to literally buy his way into the FNCS Major 1 Finals in style. With incredible storylines and standout plays already unfolding across both EU and NAC, and even more on the line with the Major 1 Summit approaching, the stage is perfectly set for this weekend's finals. You won't want to miss it.
Nervous, especially if you quit school, you are full-time. This is once in a lifetime opportunity, so don't sell. I bet that definitely got him motivated. Are you saying with the prime? Thank you, dude. Vigo's prize con too. He shouldn't be. He shouldn't be. He might be, but he shouldn't be. Yeah, Fred's gonna join us. I'm not sure when, but soon. No, all the teams that got DQ got replaced by other people, chat, from Heats and LCQ. Sky and Score good off spawn. They have been very good, man. They came top 5 in back-to-back Div Cups while contested, so. What's that? Four points per kill? Yeah. We thought they were going to maybe increase it to 5, but yeah, it's still 4. So remember, top 20 on EU make LAN. So top 20 on EU, top 13 on NA make LAN. So it's not just the win.
Big 40.
Where's Damas? What do you mean? I think they're going to be... They're currently contesting 4 fields right now. I think they're going to leave this drop spot, though. That's my prediction. I think they're going to leave this spawn fight. Hey, Orca, the Reaper. They saw the subs, chat. Holy fuck, you guys are going crazy with the subs. Thank you. They almost 100 subs already. Thank you, chat. Again, I did my best, chat. I did my best to try to not get sick, but I also pushed myself very hard this FNCS like an idiot. And then my daughter got COVID, so... Dad life. I will sound better as the day goes on, I promise. Havoc announcing a new player in 15 minutes. Ooh. Oh yeah, Charlie's fine. She's doing way better than I am. She's fine. Thank you, CF. Thank you, Wilkinson. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Rocky. Thank you, Story. Thank you, Johnny. Oh, I'm very excited, bro. This is the most tapped into an FNCS I've been in a freaking minute. I'm not missing it, bro. Thank you, Dollar, with a tier 1. Thank you, man. Oh, let me do a prediction as well, actually. Let me get a prediction going. All right, who are we putting our prediction? Yo, Zinex, thanks for the 5 gifted, bro. Thank you, homie. Thank you, Nicholas of the Prime. Who places highest this game? Man, I cannot believe Sky and Scroll are con, bro. Fuck me. It's all right. We'll just have to do con teams on the prediction. It is what it is.
Yo, it's been a while. How you been?
Swizzy Pixie, Vico Malabuka, Chino Pablo, Nebs Nathan, Hari Cami, and then we do iDrop Marius. Nice. All right, how long have we got? Okay, we got 20 minutes. All right, you got 20 minutes to predict, chat. Bottom right looks miserable. Yeah, this is it is going to be very, very hard to do well from here. I'm going to be honest. Hey, Nova with the 5 gifts. Thank you, bro. Music so loud. It's just not, bro. Flexi joined Godlike Ib. Interesting. Okay. Don't know anything about that org. Godlike. I've not heard of that org. Interesting. Hey, you're chilling, Nova. Chilling, bro. Chat, who's our prediction for having signing? Who are we thinking? When's the PC giveaway? I'm going to draw the winner tomorrow after NA. Thank you, the dude. Thank you, Nate. Appreciate the subs, guys. Thank you. Hey, weird to the prime. Thank you, dude. Chad, who you got winning? Now the Sky and Scroller con, bro. I'm a little bit like, shit. I guess Thomas focus now, man. I got to roll him up. I had him second. I guess now it's Thomas's time to finally win, right? GFW, need the sub, dude.
Yo, just broken my arm. Currently watching you.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Grandson is on. Party face emoji.
That sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear it, man. Ooh. We got new clips, baby. Let's go. We got some new clips. Thank you, Jack's team with the tier 1. Thank you, man. Thank you, Orca with the tier 1. Thank you, man. Yo, March, thanks for 5 gifted, bro. Do 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 do. Thank you, Archibald with the prime. Thank you, man.
Hello, welcome to day 1 of the FNCS Europe Major 1 Finals. I'm Frankie Ward. I am almost so excited I can't speak right now, but luckily these guys can. Please welcome 112K and Mini Miner.
Woo! Okay, so we got Taco and Takata casting then?
To get a G's Louise.
Thomas HD winning, finally, eventually.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
Thomas HD wins.
Come on,
yes, I will say
surely.
the phrase on the broadcast.
I have this theory that everyone is
the
trolling
phrase
Thomas right now, 11, because everyone's predicting him to come second yet again.
Yeah, look, I might have to join that list of people, but let me not get too ahead of myself. I'm very excited.
I feel bad. I literally put Thomas number 2 on my predictions, but I feel bad.
At a major final, it's gonna be good.
It's going to be great. Let's take a look at the prize pool. This is pretty much unchanged from previous seasons. 120,000, I should say, dollars to the winning Giro tonight, Mini Money.
Yeah, huge amount. I mean, this is, you know, a real big
Shark on
sort of
European
thing
for
that the
grants.
players
He
are
is.
playing
He
for,
is.
of course, is absolutely huge. What I really like as well, every single team actually does get cash for playing in the major finals. But of course, it's not the only thing that are on the players' minds, I'm sure, as well.
Exactly, yeah. There's a lot on the players' minds right now.
It's the
and
TikTok
the
guy.
one thing surely is going to be Dusseldorf. The top 20 Giros from the lobby this weekend will qualify to play at the PSD Bank Dome in Dusseldorf. You can still get your tickets now.
Thank
by
you,
the way.
Luca with the tier 1. Thank you,
Please do
man.
join us. It's going to be absolute fire 11.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't even think we need to really do much selling here, Frankie. The games today are going to be so good that people are going to be running to buy their tickets. I mean,
I think the tickets already sold out, aren't they? That's half the problem, no?
In Dusseldorf as well, so do get your tickets, please.
Also going to be running to get eliminations. We've had a slight points change in the format, Mini.
Yeah, so when it comes to the major finals, of course, the more stacked lobby, a lot of players
Okay,
will be
I thought about saying elims were 5 for a second there. I was like,
the
what?
Previous round. So each elimination is now worth 4 points, which means, of course, players are going to be getting more rewarded for going for those riskier plays and trying to go for those eliminations. Of course, it is just that. It's riskier. Every single game matters. You've only got 12. It's a set lobby. It's the same teams around you. So, of course, there's going to be a little bit of that increase there.
Thank you, Rush. Thank you, Rule. Appreciate subs, dude.
I'm so looking forward to getting a whopping 12 games. I feel like we've been tortured with the lack of action from each heat. So you are in for a treat this weekend. But we've mentioned Dusseldorf. What does making Dusseldorf
Thank you,
look
Rappers,
like
the tier 1. Thank you, man.
numbers, Levin?
Yeah, look, shout out to Kinch. He's put some numbers together for us, and so I wanna take you guys through some of our Rust estimates, right?
Okay.
Look, don't blame Kinch. I know all of you like to blame Kinch when you don't qualify for stuff. You can't blame him on this one, right? We're gonna save him this time. Roughly, right, we sort of have a range of points to get some of these thresholds. You can see top 10, top 20. Obviously, Dusseldorf here in EU is going to be top 20. The top 20 teams qualify for the LAN, and you're going to need roughly 5 end games, but not just any end game, Mini, right? Not, you know, making it to
this is a cool breakdown. This is a very cool breakdown.
Our estimate is based off of like a good end game, and a good end game for us is sort of like a 5th place with 4 limbs. That's what we're sort of working off. That's around 60 points, right? So realistically, if you're one of the teams,
this helps casuals a lot.
Spawn,
this is a great graphic.
Means, let's say you only win 6 out of your 12 games contesting, fighting people off spawn. You got to make 5 and be a contested team and make it to the LAN.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're an uncontested team as well, it can be very easy to rest on your laurels a little bit and think, yeah, top 20 should be straightforward. But when that goalpost is changed slightly, it can make it a little bit more precious and a little bit more difficult maybe to get into that top 20 as well. I mean, looking right there as well, top 5, getting those 9 end games is super important. So obviously that's just more of an estimate, but I'm sure a lot of the players, particularly the ones at the top, will be focusing on that win.
Levin,
I mean,
if you could guarantee one of these duos to hit all of those benchmarks and much more,
difficult
who would it be?
maybe to
This
get
feels
into
like such
that
a silly
top
question, but I'm
20
asking
as
it.
well, look, yeah. So what? The win was an estimate of around 10. You know, you need realistically 10 good end games where you're getting 5th place with 4 limbs. I mean, there's only one team, Mini, that feels like they really do that on a consistent basis. And for me, it's got to be Sky and Scroll. I mean, in the heats, they quite literally like did that. I think their games were something like
Who would it
6th,
be?
5th,
This feels like
5th,
such a
4th,
silly question,
and
but I'm
6th, right? Like
asking
these guys just get these consistently
the win was
good
an
games.
estimate of around 10.
Yeah, super duper consistent. You can see from these stats right here as well. They're very, very consistent at getting into the top 10 and then, of course, converting that into the top 5. And I think the most important sort of distinction here and almost difference you can see is that top 5 to top 2 range. This is how consistent they are at getting into that top 2 from that top 5 situation. There's only that sort of 10% difference, which means basically, in layman's terms, they're getting into that top 5, but not just that, they're more often than not getting into that top 2 as well. And I think that's what separates some of our very, very top teams from some of our decent teams that make it into that top 5. They're very, very good at converting those situations.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things with Sky and Scroll in particular, right, is everybody's talked about their success and a lot of it coming from these guys have played together for years. They have that experience. It's sort of, you know, you get the comparisons between them and like Cammy and Seti back in the day where it's like you have 2 players who playing together for so long, they understand each other and that chemistry leads them to success. And so I went through and watched some of their Heats games, you know, to look for some examples of that amazing chemistry. And one thing that really, you know, took me by surprise, that was incredibly impressive about these guys that I think doesn't get talked about enough, is these guys are unbelievable, just individual solo clutches. When you look at the Heats, right, we obviously track solo points. And so that's, you know, the amount of points somebody was able to accrue over the course of the game when their teammate was down. Sky led the lobby in Heat 3 with 97. He got 97 total points by himself. That's more than most of the lobby were getting. That was he might have almost qualified for the final alone, right? Scroll, again, is another incredibly good individual solo player. He has that ability as well. I think in Heats, he had something like 40 points that he was able to get as a solo. When we talk about winning formula, needing, you know, sort of good, consistent games so you're getting around 60 points per game, the fact that both of these guys as individuals are just able to get that in games where, you know, they make it to end game, you think everything's good, one of them goes down, and they're still just able to just pull out an amazing game out of nowhere by themselves, that is the kind of thing that makes me confident that these guys have the keys to the winning formula. But that, again, Mini relies on them actually being able to make it off spawn, which you know, that might be a question mark now.
Can we talk about that? The fact that, we found out just before we went live, really, about an hour or so before, that it looks like Nero and Joshbot are now contesting them at Battlewood.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, this is like sort of breaking news, I suppose, coming into today. It was like an hour ago or so. It's like, oh, we were looking at the drama. We're like, oh, they're contested. What the heck? Now they're actually got a different sort of problem to deal with. I'm not too concerned. They have been contested in both the Div Cups as well. They got 6th and then 3rd in those Div Cups. It is very splittable. They do know the area very well. I think if this was a team that were landing at this drop spot for the first time and they didn't know the area and then a team are coming in, I'd be a lot more concerned. But it's not something that concerns me too much based on that and based on their previous placements as well.
Look, I know many are trying to reassure people, but I think people are still going to be ripping up their prediction sheets because I think they were first place on most people's lists, and now you had a massive question mark as far as, are they going to be the consistent team we know them to be if they can't even make it off spawn?
Well, this is going to be a huge test, and there's a duo that's definitely going to be very happy when they see the updated drop map, and that has to be Focus and Thomas because they're uncontested at Riptides, Levin, and I feel like Thomas is going to be feeling even more confident now.
I mean, yeah, you have to be smiling if you're Thomas HD and Focus. Things have been, you know, set up really well for them. Mini, let's face the elephant in the room. A lot of people are predicting these guys to play 2nd place overall. And it's not just because we're talking about Thomas HD, but because, again, they have, for most of the season, they felt like have been the 2nd best team.
Yeah, they have, and it's funny because yes, they've been the 2nd best team, but we've only haven't got to see them too much in these set lobbies, right? They only played 1 game of the Heats. They qualified through with that first game victory royale, and a lot of the complaints, a lot of the talking points around this duo going into this major final is that they're one of those teams that maybe doesn't have that cohesion like we see for maybe a Sky and Scroll, but just 2 very, very talented individual solo players. And I want to highlight Thomas HD. What a career, what a performance that he's still putting up, even here in 2026. He's one of those players that's just just had unbelievable longevity, been playing all the way back since the World Cup days, still playing at the very top level, which when you compare it to the narrative of this season so far, a lot of those top players falling off, not making it to the major finals, having a really rough time, but Thomas is a bit of an anomaly in that, which is really nice to see.
It's interesting seeing Thomas play with another fragger, Levin. We've heard this being talked about as one of the win conditions. You've either got to be 2 IGLs or 2 fraggers this season. How does Focus line up against Thomas?
Sounds like you've been talking a lot to Queasy there, Frankie. I mean,
I've been reading his tweets, okay? Never miss
Focus,
one.
He's been getting a lot of praise, and rightfully so. He's been unbelievable, right? He doesn't have anywhere near the experience of Thomas HD, but when you watch these guys play in the game, you'd never know that, right? Because he just looks fantastic at every given opportunity. I'm very excited for these two. I think, again, when you look at the archetype of team, I think you are correct in saying you need 2 players with that level of firepower. And the same thing I said about Sky and Scroll, where their individual ability, I think, will be, very important to their success this weekend. You have to say the same for Focus and Thomas. They're going to have to rely on their shotgun aim in a lot of these games to deliver the points.
Also uncontested this weekend, some more Danish players. We have got Pablo and Chino and Mini Miner. I feel like we don't normally talk about their off-spawn situations. They're going to be uncontested at Sandy Strip because that doesn't seem to be their main issue.
Yeah, it just seems like they can be contested, they can be uncontested. It seems like we get very, very similar results. And unfortunately, it's just not that consistent from these guys. We expected big things, of course. Technically, the reigning major champions here on EU, remember, with Fredoxy. And they're a team that on paper, you think, yeah, this is a fantastic duo. They are 2 very, very talented solo players, like we were just breaking down. But it hasn't been working out this season. I mean, even in the heats, they needed all the way. They needed all 5 games in order to qualify through. They only just qualified through by the skin of their teeth. They needed that final game to be a good one. So it's just not quite working out for these guys at the moment, Levin, despite all of the ingredients for success seeming to be there.
I think the reality for these guys is you never want to bet against talent. And these guys have it in abundance, right? You can argue there's not many people in all of the Fortnite world that have more talent than these guys. And so you expect them to figure things out, especially with all the success they had over the past year, making it and having these incredibly deep runs in FNCSs. And that's why I feel confident in their ability to surprise people. I think, again, the performances haven't necessarily been inspiring, but they got something for the lobby today. I feel good about it.
What I'm so surprised to be talking about now, though, guys, is Swizzy and Pixie not being seen as the favourites to win. This is a current reigning global champion and a current 2nd place at the global championships. They're Dark Dominion, uncontested. This is a prime spot on the map, Levin. What do they need to do this weekend to convince us?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If you had teleported me back to globals, right, and said, Levin, next year we're gonna have duos FNCS, and it's gonna be Swizzy and Pixie playing with each other, and most people aren't really gonna predict them to win in FNCS, I would look at you like you're crazy, like you have no clue what you're talking about. You must have never watched Fortnite before, because these two have all the talent and they should have high expectations, man.
Yeah, especially on paper. I mean, looking at the drop spot, Dark Dominion on paper, one of the best drop spots on the map, very central, of course. And it's a difficult situation for them. They do have loads of contested teams around them. So on paper, you think, yeah, that's going to be really good for them. They can look at them for Surge. But the issue is a lot of those teams end up coming on through. If you look towards the east of the POI, there are those big hills. And unfortunately for Swizzy and Pixie, that does seem to be an area of which you can struggle at this drop spot. We've seen it previously where these guys have actually been W-keyed from that side. And I think that's ultimately maybe one of the reasons why they're not maybe performing quite as well from this particular drop spot, because when they do make it to the end games, they're looking pretty strong. They were the best consistency team in their heat earlier on in the heats as well. And that's the issue right there. You can see it on the screen, those big hills. So they've got to be super duper careful when they're looting this drop spot. And this is what I was talking about before. I think this is in the heats. I think this was game 4 of their heats. We see Specs and Mirrors here just coming on through and then just getting involved and making things really, really difficult for Swizzy and Pixie. And I think if we see that again today, particularly with all those contested teams around them, they might still struggle. But again, it's a very similar situation to Pablo and Chino. Performances haven't been great, but look at the talent on display. They've got to clutch up now, surely.
The most talked about player this season has to be Shark with his duo Teeny. They actually are contested though, Mini Miner. Is that going to be a problem for them?
Well, I think if you were to ask me that last season before we had FNCS, when they wiped Hutty and Fishy 6-0 in one of those Div Cups, you think, no, they wiped them again. But I think we've seen some chinks in their armor here, Levin. We saw them, of course, losing that Osborne in game 2 of their heat. Then Hutty and Fishy X went on to win that game. So, again, it's a very good team on paper. Expecting big things from Shark, expecting big things from Teeny, one of the most talked about teams on EU. But there's now that little question mark as to how things are going to go off spawn. And I'm not too sure at the moment whether they're even going to make that top 5.
Yeah, Mini, you say you're not sure. I think a lot of fans are, right? I did a survey where I asked 100 Fortnite fans who is going to be in your top 5 at the end of the EU Grand Finals, and 50 of them still had Shark and Teeny in their top 5 while being contested. Bear in mind, last year we saw one of the best, contested, grand final performances we'd ever seen from Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, where they placed 4th place. And so a lot of people thinking these guys are going to come through and just do that here today. I think it says a lot about how much people rate Shark. It says a lot about how much people rate Teeny. The big thing is Wonkyland is a spot where they, we might not see them fighting it, all 12 games. And I think that's probably the thing to look out for. How do the off spawns change throughout the 12 games?
How likely are we to see Teeny make a move and just bring back the 2024 strat, Levin?
Hey, anything's possible with Teeny. I think that's the one thing we've learned over the years.
Absolutely, especially this season. Let's head over, though, to Carter and Taco, because I want to see who they've got their eyes on in the lobby.
I mean, there's just so many good teams to try and choose from here at Takato, but I'm going to narrow it down for the time being to just Cheatin and Giannis. Got a lot of confidence, I think, surrounding this team just because of the fact that they are looking to be in a prime position for establishing their net surge. They have so many teams in that southeast section of the map that are going to be heavily contesting each other. And so for these guys, it's just about connecting your shots in the third-party action. And when we see them moving so confidently to secure even their first-place finish in their heats, it's for good reason why people can anticipate that they want to punch their ticket to the Major 1 Summit LAN in Germany, because what better way to represent than being in your own home turf, Takata?
100%, and I'm a bit conflicted. Performance in heats was insane, but Div Cups, not so much. Looking at other German talent, we got Chap and Flixie. Now, Flixie in 2025, I would say, was the best performance for a German player. Trioed with Vico Benno, they won Major 1, they got 6th Major 2, 2nd Major 3, and even 14th at Globals. Now, the thing is, I'm a little hesitant on how they're going to perform. I do think they will get top 20, but I do want them to do better than that, Taco.
I think you're crazy if you're not anticipating something higher up on the leaderboard from these two. Chat Flixie have so much talent at their disposal, but Frankie, Levin, Mini, what else have you guys got for us?
Well, I feel like in the community, we've been speaking a lot about the names that didn't make it. But actually, now tonight, we get to celebrate the names that did. And there are some big names in this lobby tonight with a lot to prove, legacies to continue. Levin, when you look at the names here, who do you think this weekend means the most to?
I think there's so many people, but I think for starters, you have to look at Cammy, right? Cammy now is the leader as far as most FNCS final appearances in EU. And a big part of that is because a lot of those other players just didn't make it to this final, right? He was tied with Tayson, Mr. Savage, Queasy, and now he gets to take the lead. Even looking at Janice there, he now has caught up with those guys that are ahead of him after making this final. A lot of people are writing Cammy off, Mini. A lot of people are trying to even push him into the category of some of these guys who didn't win, and maybe say, hey, is Cammy washed? Is he done, right? Like, is he still a relevant player, a relevant contender? He has to show people today, no, guys, I'm not washed. I made it to this final. I'm gonna make it to this LAN. And if you give me enough space in this lobby, I might just make it in the running to contend to win the whole thing. So hopefully Cammy, feels that pressure and he can handle it, because I think we've seen him do that over the years.
Yeah, we definitely have, and you can't really blame people for sort of almost forgetting about Cammy, because you haven't seen a massive Cammy performance in a good while. Had a decent run last year in trios, actually decent global championships as well, but we haven't seen that huge FNCS winning performance. But he's that sort of player that can turn up on the big stage. He's always turned up on LAN. He's always turned up in the major finals as of late as well, but he's just maybe not had the hype that we expect from someone like Cammy himself. Now, though, of course, uncontested towards the west side of Squibbly shores. I think even on a personal level, Cammy will want to just prove why maybe the whole SETI situation with him not qualling is like, yeah, I've actually come out better in that situation, just from a personal standpoint. I know I would be thinking about that as well. But no, for him, he just wants to cement his spot right now as, you know, one of the most experienced players in the region and show why he's still at the top, just like someone like Thomas.
Look, I know Cammy very well. I know there'll be a bit of him that does have that, you know, little chip on his shoulder of like, hey, SETI didn't make it, but I did, and I got a place. I know, he might not want to admit it, but I know you, Mr. Kaminsky, I know.
There's nothing like a chip on the shoulder to motivate you. And I feel like Vico and Malabuka are a duo who might have a few bruises to contend with because they've been up and down so far in Chapter 7. But, I mean, Malabuka, when I think about this guy, it feels weird to see or think of a top 4 and FNCS finals without him, Levin.
Yeah, ultimately, somewhat a similar story for these guys as far as the narrative right now in EU is all about these new names, right? All these new up-and-coming players. Who's going to win FNCS for the very first time this weekend? If I'm Vico and Malabuka, I'm taking that as disrespect. I don't want to hear anybody talk about new names. We've won FNCSs before, and we're going to do that again here today. The reality is for them, Mini, it was a very, let's say, forgettable Heats performance from these guys. And I think at times this season and this year, they've maybe not looked their strongest. They've been quite error-prone, I think has been a major problem for these guys. And so hopefully we have a clean performance, a clean IGLN performance from Malabuka here today. Because if these guys can walk away from this weekend as champions, I think it would shut a lot of people up when it comes to this narrative that EU's completely changing. They could just say, no, guys, we're still here.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be really interesting to see. Can these guys now just rise to the stakes? Of course, you know, we've spoken so much about these new talents coming through. They haven't proved themselves on the main big stage, whereas players like Malabuka, players like Vico, they absolutely have. You can see Malabuka actually only won one FNCS title. Probably a lot of people, myself included, quite surprised about that. Of course, only one FNCS title for him. But, you know, looking at their drop spot on the map today, looking at their overall situation, looking at the overall landscape of the EU, this is a prime opportunity for them just to do just that. And I think just on the error-prone situation, kind of surprising the fact that both these guys do that. They've always been risk takers individually when they played in separate teams, and that was sort of a characteristic of Vico, particularly when he was starting out. But nowadays, in their stage of competition of their careers, you'd expect better from them when it comes to consistency.
I want to just stay on this duo because I saw, Levin, you wrinkled your nose then. You definitely had something to say about something Mini Miner just said there. When Vico and Malabuka got together, though, I was a bit surprised. I wasn't sure if these two players would work because of that balance that you've just mentioned there, Mini Miner. These are two risk-taking players. Maybe, to paraphrase Queasy again, that's what you need in this particular meta in order to succeed at this version of the game, 11. Do you see this as a duo that can realistically win an FNCS major in Chapter 7?
Yeah, absolutely. The talent is all there. I think, you know, sort of why I maybe looked at Mini in that way was just because I think if you were to look at both of these players and their careers, the one thing you'd probably say has been both of their biggest weaknesses in some of the biggest moments is error proneness, right? The ability to sort of maybe make mistakes here and there where you would expect players of their caliber to get things right. And a lot of the time it's been their talent that has been able to bail them out, right? It don't matter if Malabuka makes a bad rotation here because he's gonna hit the bank to get himself out of that spot, right? And ultimately they're gonna have to do a lot of that this weekend. And yeah, look, I think they have the ability to win. I see why they're not considered the favorites this weekend, but hopefully they can use it as motivation to prove people wrong.
Well, there's nothing like playing in front of your home crowd to motivate a win, and for a reason, this one feels especially important, Levin.
Absolutely, right? This is a list of reasons LAN performances. You'll notice a trend. He's been at every single one we've done, really, since the Invitational, since the return of Fortnite LANs back in 2022. And many of the placements have only gotten better year after year. It would be, one, very ironic, two, incredibly painful if this just happened to be the one LAN that he missed now. Like, the first LAN he misses is the one that they do in Germany when his landing placements keep getting better. I know the German fans are gonna wanna see him there and wanna see him playing on the stage, not just, you know, doing a viewing party at the setup.
Yeah, not just one of the best players in Germany, but also one of the most popular players as well. One of the most popular duos, two players that have great legacies within the EU region. So many fans across the world as well, but particularly in Germany, so many people will want to see these guys perform. And I'm just excited to see Reason on LAN. You know, it's another reason, if you pardon the pun, that we want to see Reason at a LAN, because that wasn't actually intentional, by the way. But it's another reason why we want to see it. There's no other word for it. It's another potential to see him pop off once again. And it's like I just want to see him do it. Like, you know, can he maybe get into that top 3 in a LAN?
They are contested though, and that's going to be their biggest problem. I saw Reason on socials, you know, beforehand, trying to put a bit of pressure on his opponents, going, guys, this is an event for life-changing money. Don't mess up. Don't miss a shotgun shot. Every mistake you make is going to cost you money, and I think he's trying to get in the minds of his opponents here as he, you know, gets ready for that off-spawn battle.
I really can't imagine Reason mind gaming anyone. He's a teddy bear level.
You might know a different Reason to me.
I don't know. He just comes across as a nice guy, basically. Maybe not a teddy bear, that's the wrong word, but approachable is probably the better word to describe Reason as a player. He's Germany's sweetheart, as I called him during the heat. Let's head over, though, to our Carters, because it is time, my friends, for the first game of the finals.
That's all I got to say to you, Frankie, about those last comments on Reason. But Takada, look, 2-day format here for the Major 1 Grand Finals. All right, a lot is clearly at stake. Ignore the prize pool. Everybody wants to be at that Major 1 Summit LAN, and it starts right here in these opening games.
I'm excited. This is what we've been waiting for, Taco. Top 20 to qualify to Dusseldorf. A lot of interesting things for this major finals. First major finals where we'll see this kind of net surge play out. So I'm curious to see how that differs from previous major finals we've seen. We've got one of our top teams contested. Well, two. Oh, I mean, there's just too many. Sky and Scroll last minute contested. We have Sharktini also contested, but I mean, that's been going on for a while now. So a lot of exciting stuff to see today.
And of course, you can never anticipate that a team that's contested today is also going to be contested tomorrow. Who's going to be able to defend their drop spots? We'll find out, because game 1's ready to roll.
This first match of the day will say a lot. Russ is going to start south, though. So for Sharktini, Buddy Fishy, going to be a little late to the party. You're going to have to be careful from the east side teams as well. We've seen knocks happen out the air multiple times. This is going to be exciting.
Really just thinking about all the craziness that's about to build up over by New Sanctuary, legendary POI for starters, and not only that, but easily one of the most active parts of the mini map just in general, Takada. I mean, we saw how many teams are going to be contesting each other almost immediately, and so you have to anticipate that sparks are going to fly. And whether or not teams are able to establish those first couple of footings, that's going to be the real difference maker, because momentum is difficult to build. It's very easy to kind of let the nerves interfere, I think, for these first couple of lobbies. So all these teams really just trying to settle in.
Take a quick look at what happened with Reason over here. Quick off-spawn engagement, but it looks like Reason Noah are going to be the ones staying on top. The pressure is not going to get to experienced players like these as we hop on over to one of the main events today. Sharktini up against Huddy Fishy, and they're not going to waste any time.
More than one prize here at stake over by Wonkulan. Another legendary POI in this lobby, but it's going to be Teeny from overhead. Shark trying to find some of these opening shots. Fishy on the run here. Huddy just trying to hold the floor from underneath him. Shark still looking for the top. Gonna try and reaggress from a separate angle. Teeny takes a big pump though, and that's gonna force him to try and push back. Just a little bit of space created here, but Fishy, Huddy, they are still just locked inside of this building. Shark and Teeny know that one misstep could be the end of it, and they'll choose to disengage, but it's only to head back over to the vendings. They're just trying to make sure that they can build their shield back up.
We know how aggressive this team is. They're not going to let go so easily. I saw quickly too, Swizzy has actually gone down as well. So tough start. Good news is this is major finals. You mentioned it already, Taco. 12 matches throughout 2 separate days. Chino and Pablo They have Sandy Strip uncontested. Minnie was saying, despite them being contested or uncontested, it's those later moments of the match that ends up being a bit troublesome for them. And being in what's the hardest lobby now here in the major finals, Surge, it's going to be as difficult as it can be. Rotations are going to be as difficult as they can be. So they're going to really have to make something happen here.
But this is not their first Grands Lobby, Takata, so you just have to imagine that they've definitely done their homework. They've got their plan locked in. Chat Flixie, very similar notes though, much calmer scenes too. North of the map here at Storm Station, uncontested, and so they won't have anybody to kind of intervene with their starting loot path. They're really just looking to try and build up as much as they can before they start looking for some of those early net surge tags. Teams have to be wary though as they make their moves, especially some of the teams in this frigid fortress area. Karama and Akira looking to represent France big time here today.
Yeah, I got hopes for this duo. They always seem to make it to finals, but a lot of the time, especially recently, they're kind of on the middle end of the leaderboard. Good news is top 20 is what you need. But I'd like to see them, you know, I don't know if it's going to be in this major, maybe just this year. I want to see them kind of elevate a little bit more. And instead of being one of those kind of top 15 teams, I want to see them get into that top 10. They have the experience to head on over to Squibbly Shores.
Checking back in essentially with Reason and O'Reilly after they won their first off-spawn scuffle over by the gas station. Squibbly Shores is still bound to draw plenty of other teams to the area. Nathan Nebs, one part of the POI, Shaco's Tilio on a separate direction, and Takata, you have to bear in mind with Shaco's and Tilio kind of just stalking out this porta potty. One misstep is all it takes for an immediate collapse. I like the intentions here. It seems like they are really fishing for an elimination or two, but it might not come so easy to them.
What I love about major finals lobbies is you have a lot of time to study what your opponents have been doing throughout the season in your surrounding areas. So if you see common rotates they tend to take at certain zones, you can try and prepare yourself for that. Sometimes it'll work out, sometimes it won't. But for Shakos and co, they're just going to play the waiting game.
They might be waiting a little bit longer than intended here, though, Takata. No one's even nearby the other porta potty they can make use of, so Reason, Noah, also just taking their time. Biko and Malabuka. Now, I know the desk kind of touched on it, where they've had so many instances, I think, of coming so close to solidifying themselves as just like the outright best team and then just fallen short here, Takata. But now, leading into this Grand Finals performance, they know that it's more than just that placement to the Major One Summit land that they've got riding on this. It's also a lot to do with their pride.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the kind of new era in EU with a lot of the legends not coming through, but I'm going to pause on that thought as Storm Demas seem to have got themselves into a quick engagement in Storm.
This is not the sort of sight that Twig and Niger want to be dealing with. Deemish and Darm, you have to remember, during Div Cup finals, they were certainly getting the better end of this sort of engagement. But at least for right now, both of these teams kind of just holding each other at bay. Deemish Darm, though, seemingly got exactly what they were after. Might have been just to try and confirm a little bit of surge damage, but this is a much different venue than what we were anticipating for them to be dropping.
That it is. No, Levin touched on this as well. Now Cammy leading the pack here on EU with finals appearances, with a lot of our legends not having made it to this major final. The thing is, the expectations in terms of placement are not quite there yet for Cammy and Hari, so I'm excited to see if they can prove themselves throughout the day today.
Might be looking to make a little bit of a more sneaky approach against Skyjump and Momsy, the way that they're kind of scaling up that mountain face. Scroll and Sky also got much calmer views. Sky mostly just taking over the efforts of keeping tabs on their surge damage, kind of scouting out the perimeter. But there is not a singular soul in sight. So they know they've just got to start making their moves. But plenty of heals to spend some time inside of Storm if they need to. Rocky stuff, though, for a couple of other teams. Lusha, Howley, a little bit more split than what they would like to be. And this is a big debut, I would say, for Lusha, especially just trying to make up for some of the things that went down inside of Heats.
Don't have to comment on it yet. Now, if it happens again, we'll see. But, you know, let's hope the nerves, you know, got out in Heats. We're now in major finals. The prep has been done. It's time to lock in. Lucy Zangi close by. There's a lot of teams that are kind of contesting around where Sky and Scroll drop at Battlewood Boulevard. So they've rotated towards Sus Studios now.
Ooh.
Oh. But,
That's a big explanation for why Lush has taken this sweet time, though. Nero and Joshbot and that looming surge base makes total sense why he was just prioritizing staying tucked away inside the building. They will have to expend some materials while Nero and Joshbot take some shots, try and build up their surge. Medius and iDrop, though, another one of our teams uncontested, at least for this opening lobby. And over by Latte Landing, with the zone pulling a little bit more towards this north side, Takata, you have to anticipate that there's going to be some teams trying to maybe cut through. And from these elevation points, iDrop Medius, it's a real opportunity to get some tags in.
They qualified through a VR in Heats. I'm very curious now, just once we reach that kind of surge segment of the match, on just how things are looking in general. Now, Thomas HD focus. We've seen the jokes online. I mean, they're not really jokes, to be honest. The second place player himself, he's gotten top 3 over 10 times. Second place 5 times. Second place at a global championship. He just cannot find the win. And Taco, I think you think that this might be the tournament?
The main thing to focus on is just taking each game in stride. But what I noticed there, Takata, is the mythic pump. There's about a 33% opportunity for them at Riptides to be able to get a mythic shotgun in their hands. And knowing that Focus is going to be the one rocking it, the type of respect that Thomas HD has to have for his co-pilot, it just really indicates how strongly Thomas considers Focus's fragging capabilities, and it's not surprising to see them taking their sweet time over at Riptides either. They love sitting on those vending machines. They can play out those white heals very effectively and look for those later rotations to try and make an approach from dead side of zone. But other teams not really provided that luxury. Teeny and Shark, they're really just looking for that wonky wheel rotation, but Sayas and Sketty, Spaniards, getting a little dicey over by New Sanctuary.
Quite far from zone, though, so you can see they don't really want to take this engagement. Loot isn't looking too hot either, to be fair. Kind of curious what happened leading up to this. In terms of damage, though, looks like both teams actually are looking quite healthy at the moment if they don't tag each other during this rotate.
Still, time that's spent inside of the storm just allows other teams to rotate ahead of you. And not only that, just get boxed up in positions where they could look to try and cut you off. We know just how volatile Surge can be, especially in a set lobby format. But when you compare a Heat's final set lobby to the caliber of a Grand's finals, it's a whole different ballpark. And teams like Deemish Darm that have sort of been working their way around the ringer, they know exactly what they've got to do, but it's one thing to know, it's another thing to manifest it.
Yanis, Cheatin, you were talking about them earlier. Now, Yanis, looking to see if you can represent Germany in Dusseldorf. Didn't qual Major 3 in 2025 or Globals, but he did qual every Div Cup last season. Issue was he was always in that middle end of the leaderboard. I think he got like 9th once. this season didn't qual Div Cups, but Heat's performance was there. We're now in the major finals. The experience is there. So let's see if they've put in the practice.
Well, we've got a little bit of a check-in with where Huddy and Fishy actually wound up after Wonky Land. Only had Sharkatini there. Yapko Panzer, though, getting a little aggressive here now. They are 297 above, but it's because of Fishy and Huddy's desperation. Yapko Panzer likely recognizing that this is a team that is very much hurting with the way that they were trying to just immediately pounce inside of their box, and they are doing a great job at just keeping them shut out. But Panzer just overextends and gets trapped. Yapko now left to try and sort things out himself. He'll be able to at least grab Panzer's body, bring him back to a safety net, but for Huddy and Fishy, it's going to be a clean exchange here. 1 for 1. They are just barely above the damage threshold, so solid effort by Panzer to still come out of something with that, but it's just the fact that it even became such a huge 50-50 in the first place.
Yeah, it is not what you want, especially with net surge. You have to be careful on those risky plays, especially when you get up close and personal, but Huddy almost getting knocked, all his shield taken away as now they continue with their rotate.
Ooh, tough scenes for Akira off in the distance. Saw him knocked. Whether or not Karama is going to be able to revive him, we'll have to find out later on. But F9, Moneymaker, they were very much able to kind of prove to everyone that had taken them as being able to win a lobby in their heats. Now they want to prove that it wasn't just the heats level that they are capable of making that happen, right? 250 above right now for their surge threshold. And they've got a great spot currently because they're just looking to try and push people back from the outskirts. But all these teams, you know, that kind of spend a little bit more time inside a storm for whatever reason, XZ, Chris Puka, they are hurting right now. Takata, they got Surge taken away at them. They've got the lobby focusing in on them, and they got Haijo and Keto closing in, looking for the secondary half of this duo. They've already got one elimination. Now they'll take the other. Haijo and Keto. They might even be able to find a little bit more, but we've got more action taking place here. And Teeny Shark repairs in their sights. Just an immediate collapse. That is a tough scenario there for sure for to deal with.
Repairs did not last long, as Darm and Beamish now also getting picked by Surge. I mean, this was a duo that went in 2024 from 0 FNCS finals, 23K earned. In 2025, getting 3rd in Major 2, 6th on a global stage, and over $200,000 in earnings, literally from 23K to over 200K combined for this duo. They rose up very quickly, and now once again a chance to prove themselves in a major finals lobby, but being just right above that threshold, it's going to be difficult for this first match.
More importantly still, I'm only seeing one Flowberry Mist Grenade right now in Darm's loadout, so that's going to be their priority for shield recovery. But not only that, the mobility just looked like it was lacking. They're going to have a tough time on these next couple of rotations if they can't convert an elimination soon enough here. Belusi and Zangi, though, boxed up a little bit higher. Sky Scroll, though, doing an excellent job just picking the lobby apart one by one. Shots are very hard to avoid, especially from teams like Sky and Scroll. They are just applying so much pressure. The gold pistol as well in Scroll's hands. It just feels unfair.
It really does. Average placement of 4 in the Div Cups. I mean, they can play together well. They can play as solos incredibly well. And they are looking strong to kick this off.
There are a lot of teams right now, though, just kind of suffering from surge ticks. Cammy and Hadi are not going to be one of them, though. Instead, they'll join the rest of the lobby, just looking to kind of focus out some of these teams that are very clearly in questionable positions. And it's difficult to tell because there are just so many shots being sent one direction, but Cammy, Hadi, they'll take their chance to strike. They're going to be some of the first to move into that next front side of zone, but they've got to make sure that they avoid a lot of the local foot traffic surrounding them. I like these look backs in. Sky Scroll just making it look too easy.
Literally, it's like, oh, just look back, shoot, I could do that. in a major finals, understanding how difficult it actually is to position yourself in a good place. What happens before, during the rotates, the shields, the mats, conserving all of this while still getting enough damage for Surge. They're currently showing a flawless performance, but for Marius, he's lost his teammate, forced to play it out as a solo. Luckily enough though, 85 above Surge, still has a good amount of mobility and heals, so hopefully Marius can rack up some points here.
If there's ever someone to not count out just yet, it's always going to be Medius, though. Takada, especially drawing back to that Heat's performance where he solo clutched and went absolutely ballistic. So even with that rough start, not having iDrop by his side, Medius very likely to still be able to try and convert some placement points here, if not knowing every elimination is worth 4 apiece. That is drawing a lot of desire here, but Flixie and Chap had a tough time keeping their surge above, and Flixie, unfortunately, just 1 second too long of the edit open. The player drive-by finish is so unbecoming, I would say, for Chap and Flixie to be in that kind of spot in the first place. I think that they would definitely like to try and resolve that for Lobby 2, but fact of the matter is the damage has been done. Sky and Scroll, though, they're just looking to continue harassing Benign Moneymaker, Belusi, Zangi. No one is safe right now as long as they're in Sky and Scroll's line of sight.
They've not taken a single risk, too. I mean, they're just taking shots from afar. It's all prime positioning. Zhu and Contri, too. Oh, hold on. They actually had the zone pull right by their drop spot, so they're able to double ramp all the way up. Marius still solo clutching it. Peony now lost a bit of HP as Sky Scroll are going to play full low here.
The main thing is Medius has enough materials to actually make it across to where the zone is pooling for that elevation point on that cliff face. No one has seemingly spotted out this solo just yet in the mid layers. Hasn't been forced down by height. Setting up for Kriad is trying to make his way forward now, just trying to make sure that he's staying on pace with front side of zone. Ju and Cantry also trying to make sure that they can prevent anybody from challenging them just yet, but it is a big commitment very early on in Malabuka, Sky, Squirrel, so many strong contenders looking to try and make their way up, and Marius has fallen, but he at least was able to collect 2 eliminations along the way. Still some points to add on. Teeny Shark, though, a lot of work cut out for them. The moment they look back, they see players hawking them down.
Caught off guard. They're put into a bit of panic here. They're going to have to look for a refresh, but if any team is capable of playing aggressive and picking it up, it is going to be Shark and Teeny. Vico Malabuka, on the other hand, showing their experience as well as Chino. Pablo, was that a high ground retake? Potentially. Ju now dropped to just a sliver of HP, and the knock comes through from Chino.
We've got our first takeover in terms of the high ground debate, but Pablo, Chino, definitely a little bit hurt right now. Only 2 builds right now for Pablo. Glove Sheet cracks. They're going to look to strike now. It's going to be a force down. Chino immediately dropping layers, trying to see if he can reconnect with his duo Pablo, but he won't get the chance. Taken out by the lobby. Cammy, Hottie, they go for height now. They've sent it. Cammy, last man left standing for the time being. Glove Sheet has been eliminated. That little bit of Cypher material going to help them out, but Pablo can't make it back in. Storm gonna clear him out. Cammy forced to drop all the way to ultimate low because of where the zone is pooling, but he's tarping straight back up towards the high ground. Cringe. So many solos left scattered in these lower layers here, Takada, but Cammy, he's gonna keep building up.
This is not what we're used to seeing. Cammy not only on the high ground, but as a solo, still clutching it out. He's out of mats, though, forced to drop down into the depths, gets taken out, and it's all up to Cringe and Volko on height to finish this match off.
But people are forgetting about Scroll here in the underbelly. Volko and Cringe, a healthy duo. They'll be able to connect with our very first victory royale here in Game 1. For a moment, it looked like Cammy might just get it done, but the one healthy duo left over in the lobby, they were the ones that knew that they had height so confidently here. A great display to start things off. But Frankie, what do you guys got to say?
So many incredible solo names in the lobby there, but it took 2 to get it done, Mini Miner.
Yeah, really, really nicely done from those guys. The way they took height there, perfect timing on that. They saw Cammy was a solo up there on height, perfect opportunity for them to take it and then riding out the end game. I've been a big Volko sort of stan, I suppose, over the years. Yeah, I knew you knew that was what I was going to say, but yeah, I've sort of been excited to see his rise. Didn't really happen for him in trios last year. Was looking good in duos. Hasn't really seen too much from him. Hopefully, this is a sign of more to come.
Definitely. It will be interesting to see if these guys can sustain in the lobby, because actually we had a number of players definitely putting their best foot forward there. Some players who sometimes take a few more games to get into it. But for Cringe and Volko, I think top 20 is definitely a certainty for these guys, Levin, even though it's only game 1.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? You know, you don't want to count your eggs before the... What's the saying?
Count your chickens before they hatch.
Okay. There you go.
I'm forgetting we've got more than 5 games, Levin. That's what it is.
We got a lot of games, but look, these guys are definitely a team in the running to get top 20 because, one, they have been incredibly impressive, right? They've been one of the stronger teams. I think, you know, a lot of people probably had them in that sort of top 10 sort of area, right? As far as what these guys have shown they can do so far this season. And this is a great start to prove it, not just to fans, but to prove it to themselves.
And they're also a consistent team, Imana.
Yeah, they are, and I expect to see, considering their drop spot as well, right in the center of the map, looks like they're uncontested. Not quite sure what happened off spawn for those guys in that game, so I'm sure we'll get to see more of that as the tournament develops. But expect to see these guys in end games. It's just whether they'll be able to keep having those highs in terms of the wins.
Well, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking more about game 1. Cringe and Volko took the first game of the FNCS Europe Major 1 finals, but we've still got 11 more to go. And consistency is king if you want to make the top 20 and the Major 1 Summit in Düsseldorf. 11, it was an impressive performance by a number of big-name duos. If you look at the end game, we had so many solos, including Scroll of Sky and Scroll. And you wouldn't want to count him out, to be fair, in a 2v1, even if he couldn't pull it off this time.
Yeah, not at all. I think the biggest thing for these guys when it comes to that game was we were all wondering, were they going to be landed on in that first game after Josh Bot marked it sort of a couple hours before Grands? And it was a false flag. Nothing happened. They were uncontested, right? So they got to play their game out. And many, as expected, when they do get to play their game out, they're going to make it to endgame. So we're going to see Scroll in that position more times this weekend, I can assure you that.
Yeah, back on the prediction now for them to win the FNCS. Right, that was always a bit of a shaky moment for everyone to predict them, and I'm sure for them as well. But that's going to settle them now, I think. You know, realistically for them, of course, that would have been in the back of their mind looking at the drop map. Are we going to be contested? Are we not going to be? Hopefully wouldn't have thrown them off too much. And clearly, based on this first game, it seems like it hasn't done. They play exactly how we expect them to play. Very hip to hip, not taking any risky peaks. They played exactly how we expected them to in terms of the tarps as well. Sky going forward and Scroll fragging out. So really nice solo clutch here from Scroll. Of course, couldn't quite get the win with a top 3 right there, but still a very, very solid performance from them. And it's a really nice start because we expect lots from them. If this is a team that we thought, yeah, maybe they're contested, they're likely to make 1 or 2 end games, you think, okay, but this is not going to continue. For them, expect more of the same.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but did Pablo and Chino play a bit too safe, Mini-Miner? Because they both made it to the end game, but they're sitting in 9th right now, only 3 eliminations.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it was nice to see them in the end game, of course. We spoke about them at the beginning of the day as maybe a team to watch out for, maybe not necessarily going to have that consistency. We haven't seen it from them so far in their performances this season, but this is a real nice sign of hopefully for what's to come for them, Levin. We spoke about it as well. The talent that's on display, the solo clutch potential. We saw Pablo need to solo clutch a little bit here. Hopefully they can continue to do this.
Yeah, I think the big thing for these guys was obviously they went to play for high, right? That was what they saw as their win condition. And it just got a bit too messy for them, right? They sort of ran out of steam as the games go on. I'm curious to see, again, how heavily do they choose to play for high? I think we know that if they go up for it, they're going to be a threat. I also think a lot of people watching these guys will go, if you guys just keep playing mid-game, you're probably going to frag out and be able to sort of keep yourself pushing until top 5s that way as well. So I'm interested to see sort of what are these guys feeling is their route to victory in most of these end games over the next 11 games.
You know what I really enjoyed? I loved seeing stress-free surge for Vico and Malabuka 11. It was just lovely to watch.
Yeah, Vico Malabuka, again, a strong first game from a big name that has a lot of expectations. I'm interested to see how much more this continues. Of course, we've seen, you know, Malabuka in the past have really incredible day ones in FNCS finals. And, you know, this one was a fine sort of showing for them, again, showcasing some of their best ability. When these two are on mid-ground layers like this and they have to fight teams, there's just, you know, not many people scarier in all of Fortnite, right? Malabuka has been, you know, the boogeyman of mid-ground for years in EU, and Vico, one of the best to ever do it. So these guys, if we see them in more of these positions, Frankie, yeah, I'm going to feel great about them, you know, being a team sort of near the top by the end of game 12.
And we spoke about it at the beginning of the day as well. These guys are very risk-taking. They maybe make some mistakes, but I think that's going to play into their benefit and into their favor here in the major finals. Some of those teams that are maybe newer that we expect to do well, maybe they'll hold back a little bit. They wouldn't make those same plays they're going to make in those heats, whereas for these guys, they've been here, they've done that. They know what they can do. They know how they can maybe make some of those plays work, and maybe they go a little bit too far sometimes, but at least they have the confidence to take those risks.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard again if we can. I'm curious to see where Cammy, I should say, managed to clutch himself to. I nearly called him Clutchy then, because this was fantastic from him. I don't know if he's the person we expected to see in those final moments there, but it was an impressive showing, Levin.
Why are we, look, this is what I was talking about. Why are we doubting Cammy? This is, you know, Cammy we're talking about. Mr. Kaminsky does not disappoint when it comes to grand finals. And I think even when you look back at, you know, previous FNCSs and duos for him, with how legendary his career has been, one of the funny things is he actually has never won an FNCS duo competition, right? When he won an FNCS, he was trios, but he's had some of the better individual duos performances in the history of this game. I think back to, you know, chapter 5 it was, right? Season 2, where he just absolutely flew, was arguably the MVP of that grand. And if he keeps playing like how he did in game 1, he might have another tournament where we're walking away saying he's the MVP. So really great stuff from Cammy.
Is it because we don't necessarily think of Cammy as a clutch? We always think of him as one of a pair, mini minor.
Yeah, potentially. I think, you know, he's one of those players that maybe isn't the most flashy in terms of mechanically, but he's got the brains, he's got that ability, he's got that experience now as well. And even in that particular endgame, I think things could have ended a little bit better for him if that Harpoon managed to get some of those materials. He was up on height as a solo, but ultimately ran out of steam. You saw him there with a Harpoon trying to look into the storm to grab those materials slightly too far away. So I'm just thinking maybe that refresh, if that had a couple of hundred mats on there, maybe we'd be talking about a Cammy solo clutch win here in game number 1 if things were slightly different.
We also saw Shark trying to clutch for the win mini.
Yes, we did. And, you know, it's nice to see these guys, of course, making it to endgame. I think a lot of the conversation 11 would have been about these guys off-spawn situation. Looked as though they did go for that fight a little bit earlier on. Things then fizzled out a little bit, and we even saw Dharma Dimash in the area as well. But in endgame, this is exactly what we expect from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this game should be the answer to why a lot of people, even with them being contested, are still so incredibly high on their chances to, you know, walk away with a top 5 today. Because when they do get to play out games, this is what they showcase, right? They make it deep, and they're gonna get a limbs, right? 9 limbs there, not too shabby.
All right then, are you ready for some more, boys?
Boys.
Oh, wait,
Hey,
a bit more enthusiastic, please. I bet chat is loving it right now. You too, I think you're a bit subdued, but it is only game number 2, so let's head back to Taco and Takata.
Thank you. We're also excited here in the casting booth. Taco, kicking things off, it is getting interesting. Sharktini, it's reminding me not when the 6-0 happened, but in the most recent Div Cups where they took some fights in Wonky. Sometimes it went their way, sometimes it didn't, but in the end games, it was Shark and Teeny that were performing. Sky Scroll in the most recent match, there was a moment they were looking incredibly healthy on low. They did not want anything to do with the high ground, but they ended up in top 3. A lot of big names performing.
Always appreciate a good old-fashioned cringe off. It's kind of hilarious to me that it'd be Cringe and Volko, and then obviously the other component of Cringe and Twy competing for those last couple of slots. But now we've got a whole new lobby ahead of us, so let's get into game 2.
We'll see if the off spawn goes any differently here. I mean, Levin mentioned it earlier as well. We have seen historically teams perform well while conned. Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache getting 4th. It is possible, but it's definitely much more difficult.
And for Panzer Yapko over by Painted Palms, they know that they've got their work cut out for them. They are going to be directly contested by Lunix and Wolvax, who haven't had a chance to strike just yet. Both teams going to be able to get themselves into decent positions, I would anticipate, for the fight, but we'll have to check back in and see how it actually pans out over there. Swizzy, on the other hand, no Pixie in sight. Dark Dominion proving to be a little bit more problematic. And this has kind of been a reoccurring theme with this mid-map position. A lot of people would think Swizzy, Pixie, uncontested most of the time when they're marked, but it feels like there's always someone that decides to spoil the fun here. And Swizzy, he's just trying to survive. He'll opt to try and take the tunnel getaway, but that's just going to leave Truly and Gonzo now in full control of Dark Dominion.
The worst part is when this happens and you get that surprise con, if you end up losing that first match with the surprise con. Quick, nice elims from Noah, though. Shout out Noah Reason, the back-to-back early game.
Okay, 2-0. You like to see it.
It's what you love to see, the OGs back in business. Going back to Dark Dominion, though, like what I was saying is when you have someone surprise con, if it doesn't go well from them in the first matches, it's likely they might go away. But when they win the first match, they win the second off spawn, it's not looking great for Swizzy and Pixie.
And just look at like the cascading effect it's had too, right? You're seeing other teams now choosing to kind of stroll on over. Hey, Dark Dominion, no Swizzy, no Pixie. Pixie having some issues there, so hey, why not throw our names into the hat too? So it's not all clearly cut out for Truly and Gonzo, but at the very least, teams elsewhere always just trying to be very on top of maintaining their surge damage. Swizzy now with a look opportunity here, tries to take out Moneymaker by himself, and he is successful. This is why Swizzy is so highly regarded on EU. He has just put himself into an excellent recovery position now and left benign to the wolves.
Our only global champion, reigning global champion, making it to the finals this season. You can see the axe there and everything. So hopefully Swizzy can clutch it up, but coming back in major final lobbies is a whole other ball game. Marius had a good clutch in the last match, but hopefully this time around it can be a full duo playing it out. He's currently 16th with 30 points, so wasn't great, but you know, good enough to hold on. You know, I had Levin earlier talking kind of about estimates, especially for the top 20. It was 5 end games, being a good end game, which is top 5 with 4 elims on average, or 250 to 300 points after these days conclude. So, I mean, so far, decent start.
But they've got to be very careful because Media's iDrop likely have no idea that Yapko Panzer are guarding that rare chest, waiting for the perfect jump scare setup for whoever might be first to stroll into that building. Wouldn't be surprised to see us revisit Latte Landing very shortly. Battlewood Boulevard, Sky Scroll. It was originally believed that they were possibly going to be contested at the start, but it doesn't appear as though Nero and Joshbot have really been able to actually work their way into this position. Sky Scroll, they're just gonna opt for a good old-fashioned Surge Tower. But when you go this high up, Takata, other teams in the area, it is going to naturally alter the flow of the lobby.
That it is, and some of the duos that might have had surge problems in the last match might be playing a little bit more active this time around. Arco Kire opting for the surge base. Either drop here. Will they actually be able to find connections? Issue is with these 2-day tournaments is, especially after the end of day 1, your opponents kind of learn a lot of your habits and will try and mitigate those tag opportunities for you, or even loot opportunities. Marius iDrop though, looks like they want to get a bit aggressive.
It's not only that, I think iDrop was unfortunately on the receiving end, considering how low his HP just was. And the fact that they had to expend one of their Flowberry Mist Grenades just to bring him back up to a healthy contention point. But Medius, iDrop, job's not done. Yapko Panzer on the ropes right now. Panzer incredibly low. I don't know if he's got any white heals to be able to sort himself out, and sure enough, will begin to recuperate some of his HP, but now, without having found a clean knock or elimination there, hopefully they were able to build some surge, but the way that net surge counts up, Takata, wouldn't be surprised if it ended up ultimately kind of working against them, because that's a big time to invest and not really net a huge elimination there.
That it is. In terms of Cringe and Volko here, this drop spot is surrounded by quite a lot of contested duos, so building up extra high, hopefully they can find some options.
Ari and Cammy now on their rotate through Dark Dominion. You see a lot of these pre-existing builds, and they are fully aware of the fact that Nagi's got himself kind of sorted up in a bit of a search tower off the side of the building, but whether or not they actually choose to challenge it, we'll have to wait and see. Sky taking some shots over by Cringe. But they've got to sort what's going on directly underneath them. Seems like Yarko and Kire want to try and take out Twy and Cringe early on. They are forcing this fight. They are not allowing Twy and Cringe a whole lot of wiggle room here, and it doesn't help knowing that there's third parties kind of witnessing, hey, if these guys are building up in wood right now, they've got to be a little bit worse for wear, and that's certainly the case for Twy right now. Doesn't have a whole lot of material left to work with. So whether or not they wanted this fight, they're going to need to find a conclusion to it if they want to keep packing through this big game.
Going back over closer to Wonky, Darn Dimish now. I'm wondering if Fishy's a solo here. It's looking like he is. And in the 2v1, Fishy will go down. They are looking rough in these early games. It seems that they keep trying to fight a little bit, losing HP, losing shield, kind of Shark Teeny scaring them away from Wonky Land, and them just being put into shambles and it quite not going their way.
But the fact that Shark has one elimination, that tells me that there's a reason why Fishy was sent packing way west of the map towards Treetop Timber Mill. And for Darm Demonish, they'll be more than happy with that elimination. I mean, always have to bear in mind 4 points each, but cringe.
What a tower.
Talk about a box up. This is certainly a sight to witness. Truly Gonzo in a separate little tower, but it is pales in comparison for sure.
It's funny because there's mountains by Cringe, and the teams based up on the mountains still aren't as high as Cringe is here.
Brother is cranking 90s, that's for sure, but Volko might need to be cautious. Seems like he might be having a maybe recognize the fact that there's Malibuca Vico in the area. Kind of exploring the tunnels for right now. Chat Flixie, on the other hand, dealing with Skyjump and Momsy. They do have splashes, they do have pizza, and they've also got the elevation hold. But it's obvious they're trying to conserve some of the materials here, Takata. Good reason. Panzer Yapko, though, after Latte landing on a little bit south for them, they've been forced to try and find that surge elsewhere. And Lunex seems to be their priority target. Wolvex having already been sorted out. 2 eliminations now. That's going to put Panzer and Yapko right back exactly where they need to be able to play out inside the storm for a little bit more of that dead side.
Nebs and Nathan actually started off quite strong. 6th place, 3 eliminations. Going well so far. Now if they can just keep it up is the question. Good news for them, they're not contested and the zone has been in their favor. First match it did go kind of more southeast. This is why players like Chap and Flixie had a bit of a struggle getting there. Speak of struggle, Minori
and Darkos kind of just reviewing whether or not they're going to be able to actually take this immediate fight. They know fully aware that there is another team kind of surrounding their area over in Builder's Barracks, but they still want to take a little bit of a calmer approach. They know that they've got the positional advantage against Dandipuzo and Werix. And I like the intentions from Minori. Looks like he's going for an absolute lurk approach. Might be able to catch them off guard from a separate angle if he manages to stay tucked away fully on that crouch approach, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not that actually nets them a nice couple of eliminations. Focus Thomas, though, one more time here at Sus Studios, and it is evident from their loadouts that they were successful yet again finding that mythic Iron Palm.
Very extended Puzo though. In a bit of a pickle here. Minori Darkos 118 below. They need these tags. Darkos has been fully cracked though. It's basically all up to Minori, and there's even a third party with Moneymaker for 9, and there's even a fourth party as Moneymaker gets shot as well. Not only is it going to be difficult to finish up this fight, but getting to zone is going to be incredibly tough here.
But Minori, he's at least got to try and force the issue here. He doesn't have a whole lot of options. When you are this far below Surge, it's almost like ramming your head into the wall, essentially, but he's got to try and net something. F9 and Moneymaker on the other end of the spectrum, though, they've already got everything that they need. 564 above that Surge threshold. They don't have to force any sort of engagement here. They could choose to wait things out. Wedix will at least take advantage of the pizza slices that he does have nearby, but look at Minori. Just 2 separate solos trying to figure out whether or not they can survive this healthy third-party duo interrupting what they had going on here. But Minori, he's got the world against him. He's got Surge ticking away at him. He's got behind him Moneymaker just continuously assaulting him. And they're not willing to let this one go. They're even gonna take over his pizza box.
Wow. That's the final
straw that
step.
broke the camel's
The
back.
final straw, yeah, literally. How dare you steal a pizza? Weric's having his own pizza party in the back, letting everybody fight each other. Cringe Twi started off incredibly strong today. Top of the leaderboard in 3rd place right now, 76 points, but they've quickly been put into panic. 441 below. And you can see, despite them not getting tagged by Surge, things can change in literally one match for the top teams.
It's also just so evident of how much of a disruption it can be when you are forced into an early engagement that you were not anticipating. Cringe and Twi just got too locked up. They had to spend too much time to play recovery. And I'm sorry, Twi, but 10 bandages is just not going to cut it. Working your way into that next edge of zone, not when you are 428 below the Surge threshold. That is the main contributing factor to his downfall right now. But like that, he's still just trying to withhold that trooper mentality, keep marching forward. It's the least he can do. I feel like it's only delaying the inevitable now, though.
On the right side, though, Sharktini, they were below and quickly played aggressive to put themselves just 45 above edge of zone. So they do have a ways to go. Twi, as you can see, has
He's so cooked.
much greater ways to go. Oh, be careful, though. Maybe some quick luck of the draw here. Oh.
We are in a
That's
5-tick
it?
Takata.
No,
He's
it's
so
over. Yeah,
free.
I don't know what I'm hoping
No
for
one he
here.
can shoot at. There is no possible way of survival. Okay, but I definitely respect the effort, the hustle mentality. Just keep marching forward. Sky Scroll, though, drew a little bit more attention than what they would have been hoping for. They're gonna choose to just kind of bunker up on the low ground, though. Got a decent position, isolated away from the rest of the pack, and they're gonna opt to continue to just keep wrapping around. They can recognize that there's teams a little bit more distracted, but Keto and Hydro might be exactly who they're after. Sureform and Repair is applying a decent amount of pressure into the box. That's a sandwich dream right now. That's Guy and Scroll are looking to take a bite out of, but everywhere else, everyone else is always looking, trying to see who they can pick apart along the way.
There's a lot of duos that didn't struggle for Surge in game 1, 2, and now they're struggling here. Look at Contri Ju too, still in the storm. A lot of players now forced to rotate in a little late. But we have players like Cammy, who's actually lost Hari just leading into this end game. Akira Karama as well gonna go down. So much pressure put onto the whole lobby with this Storm Surge now active. Cammy's getting tags, but it's just not enough.
No, and this is just so unfortunate given where Cammy had just placed in the last lobby. But it is just such a journey right now. Cammy still holding on. One shot could be the difference maker here, though, and Cammy, he'll look to take it. It's just not going to be enough, though. A great response, just all too ready with the trigger finger. Shut that dream down. Cammy didn't have many other options there, though. Takata, I wouldn't really look too deeply into it. Focus and Thomas, on the other hand, though, they're looking to definitely have a much better placement, just barely sliding into 25th in the last lobby. Chino, Pablo also working their way up. These little bits of elevation. Now they'll have the chance to look back, and they're going to need more Surge. They'd also like to have a conversion, a couple of eliminations, because their material count, too, a little bit lower than they would like it to be at this point.
Chaos now unfolding. Malapuka's gone down. You can see how many players are struggling to get damage. Vico left alone. He has the experience in these stacked lobbies. He knows how to play them. But despite that, you can still see the difficulty as he's going to continue to overdrive his way in. We'll see what Scroll is up to in the meantime. Looking incredibly healthy. Consistency is the name of this team.
If they've got gold pistols in their clutches, that is just a daunting sight for the rest of the lobby, because you know Sky and Scroll are always going to be in a prime position, not even just for the zones, but to also take advantage of teams that are struggling to just try and break into the edge of zone. Vico, unfortunately, looking to be one of their next victims if he's not careful. 103 below on the surge threshold. He's gonna have to get active. He's got to do it right now. Doesn't take the shot at Nebs. Was just trying to get into the zone. Trying to make sure, but he's having to use all of his heals, all of his shield, just to try and leave himself in a somewhat healthy position. Fortunately, Surge will turn off for him. The lobby has thinned itself out down to that 40 player count, but looking back in at Sky and Scroll's successes, and they are just picking up everything that they could possibly desire. Great refreshes along the way.
Up in the clouds, though, check it out. Giannis cheated. Looking strong. Issue is, this is one of the initial moving zones. We saw how chaotic it got in the last match. How many teams wanted a piece of height. As Moneymaker gets dropped down. In terms of materials, Pizza's loot. They're looking quite healthy for the meantime, but we'll see how long they can last.
This is cheating Giannis's backyard, though, Takata. We got this south pulling zone over by New Sanctuary, and done a great job trying to apply some pressure. These lower layers, Panzer just working his way through, but too many teams just stuck underneath with him. Pablo, Chino, they're gonna be able to take Panzer out. Really steal that body loot, too. Doesn't even really seem like Pablo and Chino, they don't want to stick around for that much longer, though. They've got to make it into zone, and they do. But they know there's still a lot of ground to try and cover here. Frontside position gonna help them out. But anytime you drop one of those Flowberry Mist Grenades, you are bound to draw the attention of high ground. So this is really up to Cheatin and Giannis now to continue applying steady pressure, try and prevent some of these teams from challenging them. Thomas, Focus also lurking their way through, just waiting for a pre-edit setup.
Sky has gone down, though. Skrull is left alone. We know what both of these players are capable of playing as solos, so Skrull with already 4 eliminations is going to be hungry for more. Pablo as well, showing that he has that IGL fragging capability with already 5 eliminations, but Yan is cheating. They are still holding strong up top.
Doing a great job, that is, until Focus and Thomas decide to play spoiler alert. Drive by from overhead off the Flowberry Mist and overdrive grenades, and Cheat and Giannis, they'll be forced to drop. Thomas and Focus, though, they're gonna need a refresh. They don't have a whole lot of materials, but the damage has been done. They got exactly what they were after. The eagle-eye view, Chino and Pablo underneath, though, ultimate low, still managing to stick towards this front side of zone. They found a couple of eliminations along the way. 8 in total is just wicked scenes right now, and they're not the only ones getting active. Holly and Lucia also have 9.
Yeah, Elim Central right now. Chino getting cracked, though. He's got to be careful. Howley gonna pop some minis. Thomas HD looking like this might be his season, but Howley goes down. Lusha forced to go into the storm, and now with just a sliver of HP, Focus is gonna drop down and start getting a bit of action.
But this is just aim trainer right now for Focus and Thomas HD. They are just picking the lobby off one by one here. Sai is not going to be able to withstand the pressure any longer. Scary also trying to do his best to avoid drawing any further attention to himself. Every placement counts at this stage. Pablo, Chino, the HP advantage very clearly in Thomas's favor, but he doesn't have any builds. This could be 180 if they're not careful. You can see a little bit of reservation in their play. Pablo doesn't have builds either. Does Chino? We are looking at seeing who can just find the first shot here. And it's going to be Focus striking down Pablo Wingu. Thomas HD with the finish. A 2-for-0 exchange here, and that is everything for Thomas and Focus to bring this second game home.
Is this going to be the season? Is this the time? We've been waiting for it for so long. Can Thomas HD finally win a major? Frank 11 Mini, what are we thinking?
It is game 2. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but at the same time, how good is it to see Thomas and Focus get a victory royale, Levin?
Oh, it's amazing. It is amazing. And that right there, Mini, is a textbook game for them. I think when you look at how things shaped up in the game and in the lobby, as far as the zone was concerned, it was set up for them to do what they've been doing quite a bit. It's a layup, it's easy, it's straightforward. It's something they've done many times before. They were able to play in the Storm quite a bit early on. They rotated in towards the Boulevard area when the time was right. And again, you're able to just spend a lot of that mid game avoiding all of the troubles that the rest of the lobby has to experience, and it puts them in that end game in a situation where then it's just about delivering, right? When you give Focus and Thomas HD gold pumps and all the loot in the world, what are they gonna do? They're gonna win your games.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it's one of those. They had height. They had a really good position on height as well. And I think that what you just mentioned right there was really key for that, because they had the resource, they had those materials. They still had 3 pizzas on Thomas, I think it was, when he went up on height. And I think it kind of like alleviates a lot of the problems that they've been having. A lot of their problems have been a little bit of maybe slight just solo plays and having to clutch up, and maybe a little bit of disconnection between them. But when you're playing height, it's very easy to stay together as a duo and just focus on the same goal. And you're always looking down, aren't you, when you're on height? So it's very, very a lot more simple, I suppose you could say, to retain that duo chemistry that they have been lacking this season. But this game is really, really nice for them. They took height again at a really good time. As I mentioned right there, they still had a good amount of resources in terms of heals, and even the way that they closed out the game as well. A lot of teams would have been a little bit more nervous, maybe stayed up on height, maybe not gone down. But I really like the confidence from, I think it was Focus initially, just to drop down, take down one of the players down on low ground, because of course they didn't have anything to sustain themselves up on height right here. So really nice plays, and shows the confidence that this team have. It's just about whether they can continue that throughout the rest of the games.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a team who, again, their fans are going to be happy. Thomas, I think, is very excited about the prospect of this being finally the one, you know, the FNCS he's able to deliver on. And again, if they can keep playing like that, there's no reason why it was be.
Consistency means qualification for the Major One Summit in Düsseldorf. We'll be talking about who's been putting up the big performances after the break. think that Thomas and Focus have been seeing what the community has been saying about them, and they're like, no more second places. We're going to take the second victory royale of the FNCS Europe Major 1 Finals, and we're going to keep going. The only way is literally up from here, because they did look magnificent on the high ground, but it's fantastically contested so far, as it always is when the best duos are competing against each other. And one of the duos that we're going to be talking a lot about this weekend is obviously Sky and Scroll. And Sky, he's always got his teammate Scroll to rely on, Levin, because I feel like Scroll is probably going to make it as a clutch to at least to every single endgame we see here this weekend.
Yeah, look, both of them have it in them. And so, again, I highlight that at the start because I think it's a very underrated part of what makes these guys successful, and it doesn't sort of maybe get highlighted as much because we're always talking about how in sync they are. But in this game, you know, when they did show us these moments, I remember the casters got very excited about that elimination right there, right? Because it was just a great showcase of what happens when both of these guys, you know, sort of come knocking at your door at the same time. Sky goes down and Scroll's able to sort of get a couple more points out of the game, and ultimately, you know, you can't really ask for anything more, Minnie.
Yeah, this is smart as well. They were playing in the Storm, I think it was maybe slightly before this, with their pizzas, just to try and ride out a few of those placement points. They actually spent so long in the Storm, and I think ultimately that's where Sky went down. Good effort from Scroll, though, to try and stay alive in that game. Nicely done from them. Just keep them in that top 2 position. They're looking really, really good right there. Not quite as good of a game, of course, as we saw from them have in their very first game. It wasn't an amazing Scroll clutch, but they have it in them. A little bit of a blip right there. What was that? A 10th place with 4 limbs, so not quite their ideal endgame. I think they just couldn't pick up a lot of those refreshes in those endgames. You saw it right there. They picking up eliminations, but they were so high up and there was no chance they could get those materials. So maybe that's why they went and played the Storm there, but they're still in a really nice position.
And it's a great position for Shark and Teeny, given that we didn't see much of them in the end game. I guess Shark clutching so far in game number 1 has set them ahead of a lot of their competitors, Mini Minor.
Yeah, it's a really good start for Shark and Teeny, of course, with that first game. They had a really nice start with that 4th place. This game, not quite as good, and this was obviously maybe a sign of things maybe to look out for this duo. This is a lot of people's concerns, and I know it was one of my concerns as well, as how are they going to make it out of their drop spot? In what shape were they going to make it out of their drop spot? And even though they're still 5th on the leaderboard, that wasn't a great performance from them. 27th with 5 eliminations. So even though the eliminations are high, the placements are not quite there. So that inconsistency is definitely not surprising to me.
But we're seeing consistency, guys, from Pablo and Chino. They've gone up a whopping 8 places to pole position after that performance. 2 endgames now back to back, where we've both seen them putting up the numbers, even more numbers in that game, Levin.
Yes, and I am very, very impressed by these guys. This actually here is sort of the game-winning sort of moment for them, or not winning because they didn't win, but a key game moment for these guys, right? Because what happens is you see they're on low ground, Zone pulls back, and it actually left them in a really bad situation, right? It pulled back against going up the hill, and they're in a position where they're on low ground, they're stuck underneath every team, and they go back out into the Storm, do an up and over rotation, and that leaves them up there, and they didn't have much mats at that point in the game they need to work with, but the key thing for this duo, and this will be key for a lot of the top teams, but even when you're not in a good situation, if you can just keep yourselves long enough in the game, when you're Pablo and Chino, you're gonna find a refresh, right? Make the rotation that keeps you in the game as long as possible. And this is what I talked about in game 1, right? Game 1, we saw them play for height, and I asked the question, is this going to be the strategy they take moving forward? Are they going to keep being a height team, or are they going to actually make use of their talents on the mid and low ground, where if you just keep yourselves in the game long enough, you know these two will find a refresh that will carry them into a top 5 situation, and that's exactly what they did here in game 2.
Yeah, and I think that's
really,
going to bring them so much more confidence as well. I mean, we spoke so much about them at the beginning of the day, not having the greatest performances leading into the major finals. They've had glimpses of it, they've had moments, but they haven't had consistency. So now for them to have such a great start and to have all that firepower beside you, even when things don't go so well, they've got to be bringing with confidence right now.
And they are our reigning champions in terms of FNCS majors, guys, given that they did win way back in August. It feels like centuries ago now with Redoxy. There must be something about being in a finals lobby that really boosts their confidence. I wonder if we can see the leaderboard actually one more time, because I'm just really curious to know where our other big duos are standing at the moment. Vico Malabuka, for example, that wasn't the best game for them last time round, so I'd love to see where they are on the leaderboard. If not, we'll catch up with them in a bit. I'm wondering with these guys if consistency is going to be an issue from game to game, Mini Minor.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I'm just looking at the leaderboard right now. I'm at the monitor here. 15th with 22nd they got in that last game. So again, just going down in that early stages of the end game. We saw some good things from them, right? In that very first game, we saw some exciting moments, but that's when it pays off. When it doesn't pay off, Levin, that's maybe what we're likely to see, some of those sort of mid-game eliminations.
Still early, dogs. Still early.
Yeah.
I'm not panicking yet. Still early.
Okay. Bit of favoritism, bit of bias towards Beaker, maybe.
Not biased, it's still too early, man. We've still got so many games left.
Fine, not panicking on his behalf, but I will. So let's head to our third game of today. 4 more games to go with Taco and Takata.
With Lobby 3 just around the corner for game day number 1, Takata, there is still ample opportunity for any kind of shortcomings that duos have experienced in these first 2 games to sort of be course corrected in our next 4 matches.
Yeah, we've had a lot of mix-ups, a lot of teams that are starting off a bit rough. I'm thinking mainly of Swizzy and Pixie, but on the contrary, we have duos like Chino and Pablo that back in trios, they were actually champions of Major 3, so now coming in as reigning champions. Chino, Pablo playing as a duo, doing incredibly well. That last match was insane how many elims they were able to get and somehow clutch up that placement despite the tough zone pull. The good news is the battle bus is ready, so let's head on to the third match of the day.
It's always so sick to see when that dominoes moment takes over, though, right? Chino, Pablo, they get one, they just start converting them into so many after the fact. They really found a nice flow state in that end game of lobby number 2, and that sort of momentum can really build throughout the course of a day. So at our halfway point, technically speaking, for game day number 1, the main takeaway that I've got so far, Takata, is that you can never expect any sort of guarantees. If you think that you're going to be contested, if you think you're not going to be contested, the lobbies are constantly shifting for no Aurelian reason. They're hoping to make it 3-0 sweep right now. Xtedi adapted to be able to escape momentarily. They've opted to just go for the deeper drop. They don't actually want to challenge Reason and Noah at the gas station, but that might mean Delio, a little bit of a wandering eye here, trying to gauge what's actually taking place and whether or not he can look to try and interrupt it.
I was alluding to earlier, Swizzy Pixie hasn't quite gone their way, but looks like there's no quick aggression. Sharktini, they've been the ones dominating Wonky. It hasn't been clean sweeps of Sharktini eliminating both Huddy and Fishy. It's been more either they do a lot of tags or maybe they elim one of them and then they end up rotating out, and Darm Beamish just kind of get a little free prize on the side.
I'm also not too pressed about Teeny and Shark. I know we didn't get to actually witness too much of what was taking place with them in that last lobby, but Teeny, we know what you are, okay, buddy. We saw the clips. The production might not have, caught you in 4K, but better not see any more of that user error with the wonky wheel today. Too strong of a team. Be going outside like that. Keto, Hyjo are also being another one of, I think, leading contenders to the action over by Dark Dominion. Gonzo and Truly just waiting with the trap, though. Swizzy not going to be taken out just yet, but it has left Swizzy and Pixie in a dire situation here. Now looking to try and see if they can bite back, and it is a 1-for-1 so far, but now Keto, Hyjo, the door's been swung wide open for them to just play cleanup crew. Truly trying to see if he can escape with his life, but Keto, Hyjo, they don't want to let this opportunity go. 4 points on an elimination, but he will escape into the tunnels.
What? Dark Dominion was supposed to be uncontested, Taco. Why is there 5 duos here? Why is the whole lobby?
Yeah, this happens every time, Takata. Every single time. I think we saw maybe one Div Cup finals where Swizzy Pixie weren't surprise contested. This mid-map position just draws too much aggression. I think that's part of the reason why it could be difficult to kind of get a nice rhythm build up, but Nathan, Nebs, Humble Hills, they're gonna have to try and defend their opening points here. Darm Beamish just continuing to go on tour around the map today.
Shout out Nathan Nebs, by the way, in the prior season. all they were getting were top 20s. And then right when this season started, 8th, 9th in the Div Cup. Now here in the major finals, top 3 on the leaderboard. Looking incredibly strong as they also have the upper hand in this fight.
This is so awkward right now, though, for Darm and Demish. It's going to be down exclusively to Darm, I feel like, to try and turn this one around. Demish incredibly low and separated from his duo, but manages to work his way back together. So the Flowbraid Mist Grenade will have some value, but Nathan and Ev, they got a lot of surge out of that. I don't think that they ate as many big shots as what they were delivering. Now it seems like it's getting a little bit more scrappy, but Sharktini looking to just pick up right where they left off over by Wonky Land, northern side. It seems like Cuddy and Fishy were maybe trying to have it be a little bit more of a clean split here by opting more towards the north side of this POI, but Sharktini, they've been very vocal here, Takata. They are refusing to budge. They don't want to allow Cuddy and Fishy the opportunity to even make it to the Major One Summit land, much less make it into a strong placement finish for Game 3.
Now you know the pressure is going to be on for Huddy and Fishy. They are not going to want to split this drop. Well, Shark and Teeny are not going to want to, as they're going to do everything they can, like you mentioned, Taco, to not have them get top 20 here. Now, despite Sharktini not having the greatest match for Game 2 with the 27th, they still held up in terms of eliminations. Issue is, it's 12 matches to be played out today, so it is all about that consistency once we get to the second day, but almost halfway through day 1 here, and just gonna be some more shots back and forth.
Huddy and Fishy are landlocked right now, though, inside that north building over by Wonky Land. Wouldn't be surprised to see further regression still, though. Squibbly continuing to build in action here. Reason and Noah looking to get fraggy. Done a great job at least defending the opening contention by the gas station, but now clearing out the POI. That's a whole nother can of worms they've yet to open here in Game 3. Steri adapted, really making them work for it too. Taking good use. Some of the fish that are already available to build up some of their shields here. Reason wants to go for the opening shot, but adapted, just causing a little bit of a slow burn.
The issue is, despite no reason having clean sweeps in the first 2 matches, and I mean, they haven't won yet in Game 3, but they're clearly the aggressors here. They still just haven't been making it far enough in the end game. I mean, you saw they're 25th on the leaderboard. They went down 28th, 11th in the last one, so quite good, but only 1 elimination. So despite the early games, they're gonna have to figure something out for the late.
It's largely just because even when they get the clean sweep over at Squibbly, there's always another team or two that decides to roll on over. Teeny, Shark, though, they want to put an end to this conversation. Huddy going to be the first to fall, but Shark has been taken out with him. That's going to be elimination for elimination now. Teeny, though, I can see if he can clutch up. One of the best controller players on EU, but it seems like he'd rather just opt for the reboot play. Doesn't want to keep trying to force this fight. After that early departure in the last lobby, finishing 27th place, you can just tell that Teeny sort of recognizes the fact this game's going to be a lot easier if he's got Shark with him, and beating Fishy to the reboot ban is only going to make that so much easier to carry on later.
Yeah, you know Fishy's going to be happy with the disengage. The thing is, how long is Shark and Teeny going to pursue it now? Will they go right back into the action, or will they try and play it a little slower here?
Look back into where that went south here.
Oh.
That honestly, Fishy, you got it. That was a really nice turn away, but well played. Forced the stalemate.
I would have
now
liked to
it's
see
what
Fishy
comes
even
next.
play more aggro there. I mean, I think he had the HP shield advantage, but Teeny did not let down. We can actually see now it's going to be Twek and Midro who are applying the pressure after the reboot.
And this comes as no surprise. First couple of lobbies, Twek and Midro had their plans kind of thrown all over the place, being contested by Darm and Beamish early on. So now they're trying to play a little bit of make up for lost time. Toy Box Docs, though, seemingly a little bit more in favor of Teeny and Shark right now, but if they can find these 2 eliminations, that would be a huge conversion for Shark and Teeny. It would definitely set them up nicely for an end game kind of run. But Dweck and Midra, they need points. They also obviously wanted some Surge. Not too sold, though, that they were able to get everything that they were after.
Going back over to Focus and Thomas HD now. This is an interesting one. There's a lot of hype going into this major for Focus and Thomas. One of the best POIs on contested. They're getting the loot every game. They're the type of team that will have a good strategy. But we just didn't really see a lot of them in heats. They won game 1. We didn't have the chance to see a lot of them in heats. And in Div Cups, they were playing well, but not well enough to be a #1, maybe even #2 duo. But now predictions going into this, that's where a lot of people are placing them. And I mean, they're not disappointing. They did have a bit of a rough start, though, at the 25th. So I'm a little concerned regarding consistency after the 12 matches. But I mean, we're just getting started. They're on con. If nothing changes up, consistency shouldn't be a problem.
I think the main thing for Thomas and Focus, though, is that we saw them consistently in those Div Cup finals. We saw them consistently in performance evaluation finals. And more often than not, they were still able to find strong finishes. I mean, we know that they've won multiple lobbies of those eval finals. We know that they even won a Div Cup final. So right now, they're looking to try and just win this battle against Prax and Glubshy. They've already got one piece of the pie. Looking to see if they could take another slice here with Glubshy. That's just 4 more elimination points. Something that Thomas and Focus are never going to scoff at. And they've got Glubshy on the run here. 2 different angles of approach, though. Focus just cleans it right up. That's going to be 8. And even though lobby #1 didn't go their way, that win in the last game, it did jump them up on the leaderboard to 4th place heading into this matchup. So I'll look back now into where things went right for Focus. Just a great collapse out of these 2. Excellent job guarding those vending machines, too.
I mean, there's a reason Thomas is dropping the mythic shotgun to Focus. My only issue was from the Div Cups. There was some kind of chemistry, synergy issues, but they have clearly been putting in the work.
Some zones that were causing a lot of problems, and it wasn't just for them, Takata. It's one thing. When you have to be a track star in a lobby, and when you have to be a track star for multiple games of a lobby, it's bound to cause problems for anyone. Also, they did get surprise contested in at least 2 of those Div Cup finals, if I'm calling correctly. So I think that they have proven their worth, though, and that they are very much competent contenders, because a lot of people, even though they might be sorting Thomas more so for that 2nd place of this weekend's finals, it's the fact that they still got him in the top 2.
Yeah. The issue I'm having was actually in the end game is where I was seeing those kind of flaws. But in the heats, that's why I wanted to see a bit more of the performance in the recent set lobby heats. But they just won too quickly. And now they're winning as well in the major finals. But Noah and Reason, this might be exactly what they needed to actually solidify themselves a good loadout and setup going into the end game. They've been going down kind of in the mid section of the match despite winning the early game. But now with a good amount of damage and loot, this should be the match that they were looking for.
2-tick zone, though. It's going to be a good Reason for Hustle. Got to look back, though, into where things went right there for Reason. Nice drop in. Xyz was not expecting company that quickly. Granted, they still got to actually make their way into the next zone. And even with those refreshes and the surge help there, Takata, it was obvious that Reason and Noah were definitely still in a little bit of a pinch. Other teams kind of looking in on where they were at and all that commotion had taken place.
Issue with having so many contested duos in the area. Yannis doing a great job, though, with a quick pickup. Our current leaders, in terms of the lobby. Pablo Chino, how are they looking? 109 above. Look at the amount of teams that are rotating in here. This is going to get dangerous quickly, as Pablo's already been cracked.
They thought they were going to get the chance to pounce right there. Instead, forced to come to yet another halt, and that definitely puts a sour mood on their Surge. 36 above right now, but they are above. It's just they know now they're going to have to go for a little bit more of a forced engagement as opposed to being able to kind of pick which sort of fight that they wanted to enter into. I drop a Medius lurking now. Mountain, Chap, Flixie, building in metal. It's the quietest builds, even with the Surge picking away at them, but Chap is just too aware. Immediately catches oversight. Maria's gonna be forced to send it onto height. They're working against the clock right now. iDrop even forced to drop his pizza early, but Flixie, Chap, you can see how much Surge they have. They know that this duo, they've got to be desperate, given that they are just continuously trying to force this fight. But iDrop and Medius, again, they're so low on their Surge. They have to get a conversion here, and it just keeps getting ticked further and further away from their direction. iDrop now getting ran down by Chap and Flixie, defending their original position here. And iDrop, one more tick. He's waiting for Storm to close out his game. And yeah, that Surge, it was just too problematic to deal with.
This is huge for Chap and Flixie, not only because they just got a nice refresh and have over 1,000 Surge, but the first match, Zone was close to Sanctuary, literally other corner of the map. And now finally, they've got a very solid North Zone pull. They've got the loot. Everything is going their way in this match, so I'm hoping to see a big one.
Getting a little bit of insight now into where some teams are able to pick up some good eliminations. Scary and Saya is still looking to see what else they can gather. They know there's been a little bit of a rumble taking place on the mountain face. Unix and Wolvex trying to go toe-to-toe. Azad and Akrozi, but they won't be able to hold that one out still. Akrozi and Azad just getting beamed right now by Scary and Ciaz. And they're not the only ones. Look at all the shots coming in for the rest of the lobby. That was a quick drive-by, though. And Ciaz will be forced to drop box back up. They are under a lot of pressure, though, with the Surge takes.
To Sky and Scroll. Knock on Chap Flixie's door for Scary. Ciaz, though, 25 below. Just a couple shots needed to connect, and they aren't going to successfully do that. Issue is all the other players are doing the exact same thing. They're going to have to keep their lead here as Zone pulls further and further away from that snowy mountain.
And when you see teams that are so limited with their mobility options, and we are pulling towards the northern section of the map with so many elevation shifts, have to begin to wonder how they're actually going to fare. The lobby continues to develop here. Sky, Scroll, very familiar sights for these two right now. Just looking back, prime position, taking advantage of teams that were a little bit later to the punch because they were opting to try and find their Surge elsewhere on the edge of Zone. Focus, though, tough position here as a solo. And with so many healthy teams kind of surrounding him, he's gonna really have to dig deep here to find a solid placement, because you don't want to lose hold of being inside that top 5, and that's exactly what he needed. Yarko going to be picked off, but he can't make it to the body loot just yet. Still, it's just buying time with the Surge damage.
Better to play it safe than sorry. I got open to focus and clutch it up. Yapko Panzer, though, incredible zone pull. They're gonna have a bunch of opportunity here. Tag up some players. As now the rotate comes through. Big elevation change for a lot of teams here, but Panzer, Yapko are gonna capitalize exactly on that.
They might be able to even protect this launch pad to a certain extent. They could use it to try and stay out of sight, out of mind for the rest of the lobby. But Sharktini, they got aggressive early on, and they are keeping it rolling in stride. Just a couple of really nice eliminations there, punishing teams that are looking to try and work their way into zone. Now everyone's going to start trying to send it, though, towards that front side. Yapko Panzer, they're going to have to try and defend their position. Looking back, trying to set up. Fully aware of the fact they've got other teams on this same layer. So they're going to have to either go up or down. Unless they're able to convert some eliminations here, but Sky, Scroll, same intentions.
Ooh.
Just trying to be a little bit more concealed here with the pullback. That's going to put them now in that front side position of zone.
I'm liking what I'm seeing, though. From 4th place to kick things off, all the way down to 27th in the most recent match. Now, Shark and Teeny up above, looking to see if they can close it with a big match. They've already got a very good amount of eliminations, but they've got to be careful right when they're splitting loot. The retake from Chap and Flixie comes through, but Flixie is going to fall all the way down alongside Chap, but it looks like they might have got ahead of zone. And it looks like Teeny's down as well. This is going to be tough for Shark as he's pushed into a solo situation.
Those opening shots from Chap and Flixie were all they needed. Shark and Teeny just sent tumbling down from height. Shark now as a solo. He's going to need Siphon, but he won't be able to get it. Just brought down, punished by Chap and Flixie. That was a great time to strike on height. Malibuka Vika, though, they might look to take a stab at it, but first, they're going to need to get some form of elimination refresh here. Only one build now for Malibuka. Vico, hip to hip. They've got to stay as close to each other as they can to try and pull things off, but it's been disastrous. Chap, Flixie, they're on ultimate low. We just saw them on hype because what do you know? Cammy and Hottie have managed to work their way up to the high ground. Skyjump, though, just going to overshoot it, and that's going to leave Momsy to just stay based inside of that secondary height technically, but Cammy, Hottie, they're wasting no time. They're tarping things out. Malibuka, Vico, they're just trying to contend with all these players stuck in the lower layers with them. Sky, Scroll, probably some of the healthier ones from the bunch, but still not a lot of materials to work with. All of these shifting elevation points have just caused everybody to burn through their materials. Cammy.
I think he slipped, goes down to fall. Skyjump now in the clouds. Sky down below as well picks up a knock. Vico, Malibuka now are completely out of the game. Skyjump as a solo, as Scroll and Sky without any materials are crumbling as well. More and more solos are forced to clutch this out, but the big duo that I have my eyes on is Chap and Flixie.
Chap Flixie have still managed to make it work. The revive was not for naught because Scroll still stuck deep in the ultimate low ground, trying to pray that he can find a third-party intervention for these teams. They're kind of working their way through so many of these pre-existing builds, but when you are one of the only duos left in the lobby, this is the perfect time to get a conversion here. But Azat, he's going to be able to get that elimination onto Scroll, now trying to contend with Chap and Flixie. They are doing a great job pushing these teams back. They've got frontside control. They know that another player is just tarping over ahead of them. Delio's going to opt to try and drop here. Azat has managed to work his way up, but he's got to keep his eyes on a swivel because Skyjump overhead. Flixie still managing to pull through, though. It's just a duo versus a sea of solos here at the end of the day. Takata and Chat Flixie, the moment they get a north pulling zone, they bring home the win.
Capitalized on it instantly. Flixie showing how badly he wants to represent his own country in Germany, Dusseldorf, later this year. Let's see if they can continue the pace. We're heading back to our analysts.
Thank you so much. They needed a solid game, and I'm guessing they'll be delighted with that victory royale because Chap and Flixie were 34th on the leaderboard, page 4, before we went into that game. And it was similar to Cringe Volker's win in game number 1, Mini Minor, them versus a load of solos.
Yeah, it was. I think they were the last duo there. There was 5 players alive. They were in a top 4 situation. Really nicely played from those guys. And actually at the end, I thought they played that low ground really, really well. Claimed a lot of the space, editing players down. It looked very, very sort of typical as you'd expect for a low ground team. So maybe this is something to expect from these guys moving forward. But again, like Taco said, North Pulling Zone, really favorable for them. And they made the most of it.
What can you say? I think these guys, in that situation, you just expect them to deliver, right? In that position, you just have to smash it home, and you can't let games like that go. You're right, Mini. The execution on it was great. I think the reality for this team is that they've kind of gone under the radar for a lot of people. because again, it's just not been the best of seasons for them. I think it's not been as flashy. The performances in general haven't been as amazing, but you can't doubt the talent here, right? Flixie and Chap have both shown in many duo finals over the years that they are two of the better players in the region. And in situations like this, Mini, where again, they're just on low ground and you just have solos dropping down, it's barbecue chicken, man. It's easy for them, right? They're not gonna have an easier situation than that. We'll give him props for that final shot there. Nice little jump shot there from Flixie. So again, a good game, but we need to see more of that from these two, right? I wouldn't, you know, get too excited about them right now. We want to see them do that when zones aren't as favorable, maybe.
Well, we'll see what kind of zone they get after the break. Welcome back. If you didn't know, we're going to Dusseldorf in May, and the top 20 duos from EU make it. So Chap and Flixie, obviously Flixie being from Germany, want to be one of those duos, which is why they got themselves a victory royale before the break, Mini Minor. Right, everyone in the audience is now caught up, so let's talk about some of the other duos, because Sky and Scroll, we're going to be talking about them after every single endgame with the consistent way that these guys are playing. Yes, Scroll ended up as a solo yet again, but Sky was with him for the long haul, Mini Minor.
Yeah, there's a little bit more smooth from them, a little bit more what we expect. In that last game, they were playing Storm. They couldn't get refreshes. They had to sort of survive a little bit uncharacteristically low on the materials and, of course, on the heals. But this one, Lemon, was a lot more characteristic for them, using actually the roller coaster to make an elimination right there, which is really nice, really crafty from them. But again, really, really nice from these guys. Low ground plays, finding eliminations, staying hip to hip, a little Scroll solo clutch as well to get an extra placement point as well. Really nicely done from them.
Yeah, and taking out their competitors on the leaderboard in their game, right? You saw them take Chino down, and now they move into first place.
Yes, this is where we're expecting to see them. And I'm so sorry for interrupting you there, Levin, but I got very excited to see where Focus and Thomas are because I was a little bit concerned after that game. We didn't see much of them. I was thinking they were going to be further down the standings, but they are in 4th right now. So, Levin, all is not lost, clearly.
No, not at all. And I think the key thing for these guys is when they make it to these end games, they're going to have to continue to frag out. Because what we're already seeing from Sky and Scroll very early on in first place is that they are the consistent team, right? Their average placement so far today is going to be 6. I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to keep a single-digit, average placement all throughout the weekend, right? And so if you are Focus and Thomas, how do you beat that? How do you top that? Especially where you might not be as consistent. You gotta find the LMs, Vinny.
Yeah, you got to find those limbs. They got 6 of them in that last game. Of course, they can't find those placements. And we saw it in that previous game as well, managing to win up there on height. If they make it to those latter stages, they can pop off. It's just a matter of getting there. Again, a little bit of a difficult zone for them, more pulling towards the north, so not quite as favorable. But the talent that they both have, you expect them to pop off an endgame. It's just getting there.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard because Shark and Teeny, that was a zone in their favor, given that it was ending on wonky land. However, early game fights off spawn did see Teeny have to reboot Shark 11, but it's great to see them in 3rd place because they came back as if nothing had ever happened.
Yeah, look, it's a roller coaster of a game for them, right? And I know they obviously land wonky land, and so they're used to some rides. But ultimately, this game is a weird one because it turned on its head, right? They started off rough, they go down, they're able to recover it really well, and you see moments like this where you're thinking, all right, they had a rocky start to the game, but they're right back in it. It's Shark and Teeny time, baby. And then this happens, and then you're like, oh, this might not be the game for them. And as good as Shark is, he's only able to do so much in this end game. And so you have a game where, yeah, we're looking at it ends in wonky. You're thinking, even with the rough start they had to the game, they're still in a position to deliver, and they don't quite squeeze enough points out of it, at least for a team of their level.
Missed opportunity. That's all I can think of right there. When you go down on spawn, you lose all that time. You have to scramble. You have to try and recover, go down in the end game, and the zone is at your drop spot. It is the worst feeling for them right now. Hopefully they can bounce back, though, and find a little bit more success off spawn, because ultimately that's what's causing them all the problems right now. We saw it when they get to end game. They're pretty good. They're getting those frags. They're staying consistent right there. Not quite sure what the play was with the overdrive grenade. Kind of like try to go down, try to not send himself too far. Maybe a bit of a misplay there in hindsight, but hopefully they can now bounce back.
You mentioned misplays, Mini Miner, and I know that you love a bit of full damage, and I can't believe we're doing this, but we're going to do it because Cammy and Harry were looking great in the end game, maybe feeling a bit of the pressure, especially that Chap and Flixie were piling on, and we lost Cammy in a rather unfortunate way, Mini Miner.
Yeah, I think I want to just clarify here. I don't love seeing players go down to full damage, but I love the fact that it can happen to them, right? It makes them feel human. It makes me feel better about myself because yeah, that happens. Unfortunately, that is what happens in Fortnite if you don't. If you fall that distance. Really unfortunate for Cammy. Again, another one of those situations where they were set up for success. Another missed opportunity for one of our teams here. Set up on height, now with Hari as well, in a much better position than we saw them in that first game. Less scrambly. Full damage. I mean, it's not something you'd expect from Cammy right there, but got a little bit unlucky.
I was expecting, Mini Miner, that you were going to pull off one of your GGs back to the lobby just then.
I think if I was the one that took him out, then maybe I would do that, but maybe not yet.
So let's talk about this next game that's coming up. We're halfway through day 1. Obviously, there's 12 games across the entire weekend. Sky and Scroll, just the most consistent duo here, as we're expecting. But have there been any surprises so far for you, Levin?
I think Pablo and Chino looking as good as they did. I think there were quite a few people who I think doubted their ability to sort of be a threat and to be, consistent. And of course, we still have some games left, but I think we've seen in a variety of different zones them still be able to make it to these end games and showcase their ability. So if there is going to be one team pushing, Sky and Scroll to the end, it's good to see their Danish rivals being the ones there.
Mini Miner, very quickly.
I mean, I completely agree. Also surprised at Swizzy and Pixie. The amount of teams that are in there at Dark Dominion right now, I broke it down at the beginning of the day. It's likely to be happening, but not to this degree. I wasn't expecting it to be this much. So they're struggling a little bit more than I expected today.
I'd like to see them at the beginning of the game if we can. So let's head over, get ready for game 4 with Taco and Takata.
Thank you, Frankie. Yeah, it's Very tough for Swizzy and Pixie. We've talked about it, Taco. I mean, it seems to be a POI that players like kind of joining the party uninvited, but you'd normally expect like maybe 1, 2. There was like 5 duos there going against Swizzy and Pixie. Like, are you kidding me? It looked like they were going to be on con originally, but it's just not going that way.
At the moment that Truly and Gonzo started to play a little bit of disruption factor, that's what's really drawing so much more attention inwards onto that mid-map position, because everybody thinks, hey, if we can take control of tunnels, if we can take control of Dark Dominion, then we'll have ample opportunity to rotate elsewhere after the fact. And it's just caused so many issues for Swizzy and Pixie clearly here today. But it is only day 1, Takata, and we've got game 4 that's about to begin. So I really can't wait to see what happens next to kind of round things off for the day.
Yeah, halfway through the matches to kick things out. 12 total matches will be played throughout day 1 and day 2. And thinking in terms of the higher end of the leaderboard, a lot of these top duos, their average placement really isn't that good. The only one that's in the top 10 range is Sky and Scroll. Let's see what happens next. Game 4 is ready to go.
Hey, we've at least got a little bit of an overview in terms of what's been happening at Dark Dominion. You can already see the immediate 50-50 contest right there from Truly Gonzo, but also Reason, O'Reilly trying to defend the gas station. This time, Xteri adapted just because of the bus path. They're going to actually opt to see if they can beat Reason and O'Reilly to the punch for the first touchdown inside the gas station. Reason has been eliminated. No, O'Reilly manages to open up his first chest. Does get an iron pump out of it, but 2 versus 1. This is going to be a rough way. Noah, though, keeping his composure, gets a little bit too aggro. Yeah, it's just gonna be a disengage here, Takata. He knows that he can't really afford to be eliminated just yet, but Xterian adapted, striking back at the worst possible time for Noah and Reason.
It's tough because despite Noah Reason having won 3 of their off spawns so far, they're still 26 on the leaderboard. They've gotten 29th in a match, 28th, 11th, and that is... Sorry, I just kind of lost my words there. That is not the way you want to start Dark Dominion. They are not having a good day, Taco.
That kind of just sums up their day, though, no? Doesn't it? Just
literally
a series of unfortunate events right now for Swizzy and Pixie, but Swizzy still looking to see if he can recover anything out of this 4th lobby. I mean, you don't want to dig yourself a massive hole heading into day 2 because you know what sort of comeback potential is actually provided in a 2-day format, but fall a little bit too far behind, and that's where things get really questionable.
Yeah, I mean, it is top 20 to qualify to Dusseldorf, but we have players like Swizzy, who's a global champion going into this year. Both his teammates didn't make major finals, and now Swizzy is not starting off strong. We talked about what's it going to take. Kinch put the numbers together, estimates 5 good end games, or 250 to 300 points for a top 20. When we say good end game, we mean top 5 with 4 eliminations. So if you like Noah and Reason, who are contested off spawn, when they win their off spawns, they got 28th, 11th, 29th. That's just not good enough to be in that range to qualify. So they're going to have to pick up the pace as we continue forward. So the good news is we've only played out 3 matches, another 3 to go today, and then tomorrow a whole other 6. So for Sky and Scroll, at least, they are comfortably sitting in that #1 spot.
And the main thing for them is they just want to keep trying to extend that lead. Right now, they're 20 points ahead. Second place, Chino Pablo sitting at 156 heading into this 4th lobby. So Sky, Scroll, they're not looking to let their foot off the gas pedal anytime soon here. And they've really done an excellent job, I think, at kind of proving the analyst desk points from that pre-show, Takata, because so far their worst placement on the day is a 10th, and that was with 4 eliminations in tow.
Yeah, and they're the only team that has an average placement better than 10. Everybody else is 10 or worse, which is honestly quite interesting. It just shows how difficult this lobby is. They're currently average placement of 6, so I wouldn't expect anything less. I mean, having an average placement of 4 in the Div Cups leading up to this, Sky and Scroll, they know how to play consistently.
It's always going to be a sight. Over at Wonkyland, though. Tweg and Midro actually taking a stab right now at Sharkantini, and they've been eliminated. This surprise aggression just pulling up, catching Sharkantini completely off guard here, not allowing them any opportunity to recover. Even with the Twin Hammer shotties, Tweg just felt very confident in that aggression, and have to expect that Sharkantini, they were so low, likely from having just fought Huddy and Fishy is what I'm guessing, but
Yeah.
either way, Takata, they'll be sent packing, waiting for Lobby 5.
That's what I was wondering. Did Sharkantini fight Huddy Fishy and then there was like a third party that came through? I guess that's my assumption, but either way, that is not how you want to conclude a match like this, especially when the most recent matches for Sharkantini have been 27th and 18th. They've been getting eliminations, but in the end games, it's just not been going their way. Chat Flixie, they had a good zone in the last match, but you can't pull good zones every single game. Good news is when you're up there, you do have the super pad. Takes you over 330 meters in the sky to combine it with the Flowberry overdrive. So they've got the rotate on lock, rotated in early. And for Swizzy, we saw how this match started. Let's hope it doesn't end that way.
It's always going to be an uphill battle, though, when you're left as a solo. The reboot opportunity, a little bit more difficult to come by because there are just so many teams kind of rotating through that position. And so it makes it difficult because obviously sound audio cue is going to draw attention, and then you have to deal with everybody else taking your duo one more time, just putting your net surge even further and further into the dirt. Lunix and Wolvex, though, they might have to contend with Yepko and Panzer soon enough at Painted Palms. Both of those duos kind of just taking things in stride here today. Khan and Faded, a duo that has already confirmed themselves for one LAN taking place this year, Takata. Later on with the Reload Elite Series finish that they had, knowing that they're going to be on the battle bus for the EWC LAN later on this year, but they would obviously like to join the top 20 players for the Major One Summit LAN too.
That would be ideal, being able to make both. Kamihari, we mentioned it earlier, Kami's now leading the pack in finals appearances, but I'm just gonna ignore, forget what happened in the last match, okay? Let that not affect our mental. Continue on forwards. Other than that, I've been very impressed with Hari and Kami. They've been playing aggressive for height. It's been working most of the time. And for Swizzy Pixie, it looks like due to the early game, they've been put into a bit of desperation here. They need a damage, they need loot. But I don't know if Chap and Flixie is the duo you want to fight.
Looks like they might have gotten what they needed, though, no? Flixie's shield being so low tells me that took a lot more damage than what he was anticipating from Pixie Swizzy, and that allowed them the primary opportunity to disengage. Probably still in a little bit of a hole, though, with their net surge overall, given that opening point, but something's better than nothing at this stage. This new Sanctuary continues to be just carved out, scary in size, making sure that there is no scrap metal left behind.
They're aware, though, there are quite a lot of players. You can look at the minimap, 3 different duos in the surrounding area. And then when you're playing in a finals lobby like this, the patterns, you got to remember them. Glove G Prax already kind of rebuilding up their tower. There was another one north of them. Biko Malabuka, it's not been going horribly for them. I mean, they're top 10. They're well in qualifying range for Dusseldorf, but when you think of the name Biko, when you think of the name Malabuka, these are FNCS champions. They have LAN experience. This is some of the best in EU. It's those veteran players. So I'd like to see them higher up, but can't complain with the top 10.
Great opportunity, though, right now for Yepko and Panzer. Already got some initial damage onto Sliz, and Panzer will be able to convert it into just a clear elimination now. Schmali just trying to stay hidden, hoping that Yepko Panzer don't decide to continue the aggression.
Det kan nok
Aber auf
være
Phoenix
helt
sind auch
også.
welche, auf Phoenix sind auch welche, die sind Wiki.
Ja, okay, kom her.
Dann können wir noch was.
Your overall plan, you can see already that zone pulling a little bit more southern. Schmali's gonna have a lot of ground to make up for here, and don't know how long Yepko and Panzer are actually gonna choose to stick around.
Yeah. For Yanis, even though much more favorable position. We've seen what they end up doing with all the surge bases here. You do have to be careful now, though, because you try tagging the other surge bases, but you take damage yourself. It is the net surge now. So it's not quite as easy as before.
Was not really liking those up close and personal fighting options, though.
Oh,
I mean, great twin hammers, great iron pump, rough, but
interesting.
Hydra and Tweg, they've got control of the mending machine. A couple of patch-ups. Huddy Fishy, though, they are just trying to see if they can break into the box. They want to get really aggressive here against Tweg and Hydro, and for good reason. Fishy gonna open up with a big knock. That just means it's all down to Tweg to try and defend his duo's hopes here, but it's just not going to be enough. And there is so much time now for Huddy and Fishy. They've got the wheel to make their next rotate, but we saw what happened inside of the heat that they played. The one lobby that they didn't have to worry about Shark and Teeny at all, they were able to convert into a victory royale, Takata. So now the question is, can they do it again in a set lobby finals?
Well, based on the way they've started out this day, they basically have to. Is all I'm gonna say. 43rd place, 8 points. They need a massive match here. For 9, though, the quick zipline shot. But yeah, I'm hoping we see Huddy and Fishy make something happen, because I would like to see them up there.
Nathan and Nebzo over by Sus Studios, just kind of hanging around their surge base, but they're going to need a little bit more search. Only 34 above that threshold. Venus and Franek not too far away from their current position, but they'd rather take shots at the teams that are still working their way in from Storm, teams that just want to make it into the next edge of zone in the first place. That's why we're seeing a lot of teams that are kind of hurting for search, just lingering around the edge of zone. They know that's likely going to be their best opportunity. Since they're the first ones, you always want to take advantage of the late arrivals, but have to be wary. The moment you send out shots, you might even draw attention from other teams that are, you know, maybe boxed up a little bit higher than you. We've seen players get punished for that before.
That we have. Lucia Howley. Strong start to the day, but it was just that one match. Rest of them haven't gone quite their way, but no O'Reilly reason. They need to find a refresh here, and the aggression is not lacking, but it's left in a 1v1.
Shaco's, though, is incredibly low, and just look at those chug jugs. No O'Reilly gonna be able to convert, and the elimination, Tilio and Shaco's, now means that Reason should be able to take advantage of those chug jugs left after the fact. So despite a rocky start, this is looking like a little bit of the road to recovery for these two.
Thinking about recovery, Huddy and Fishy continuing to apply pressure. It's actually Deemish Storm who get completely taken out. They were 200 below surge. They were forced to make an aggressive play, and Huddy Fishy are looking very good now. Incredible loadout, matched surge, everything you could ever want. You called it, Taco. Once they had an opportunity like this previously, they won the match, and they're looking to do it here in the major finals.
It would be ideal. It's always nice to jump a few placements on that leaderboard, but Nebs, Nathan, they were trying to take a route that dipped a little bit more into a ravine over by New Sanctuary, hoping to conserve some of their material, but unfortunately they were not the only ones. Surefour and repairs gonna cause them to expend a little bit more mass than what they would like to, and there are just so many other teams as well already based up higher health positions. Ooh. Great job there by Thomas. Finds a nice elimination. And it's a 2-pack finish for Focus and Thomas, but even with 2 eliminations, they're still only 128 above. Focus trying to eat pizza on the way in, but Cody just looking to try and hold this duo out.
Yeah, Nebs Nathan, though, doing a good job looking back here. They need to find these tags. Gonna use the flow mish to tank a bit of the surge. Scroll now, though. This is the worst we've seen them heading into an end game. They're always a good amount above. Now they're just right bouncing up and down the surge threshold above and below. We'll see if they're capable of finding a good amount of tags here.
But it's a lot of our top 10 leaderboard players that are kind of struggling with their surge in this lobby, Takada. Nebs and Nathan, they're still sitting 79 below, having to use up a lot of resources just to try and heal it out, hoping that the lobby takes care of itself. As Thomas, you can already see, just too problematic. Focus eliminated. He'll be forced to play the remainder of this as a solo, and Nebs Nathan immediately jumped on. Teams can smell it out when a duo is hurting. Surefour repairs. They take their opportunity to strike. Refresh, something that they're likely in need of as well, as Thomas trying to take advantage of these players gliding in after the fact. Good shots out of the sky, but there's so much action taking place here, and Medius, I have a feeling there's only one reason we are watching it, Takada, and it's just the surge woes continuing to put so many of these duos into very awkward positions.
Even Chap and Flixie. I mean, so many of our top teams, they are all going down from coming off a 10 elimination win to getting eliminated before the end game has even begun. Cringe Volko also winning the first match. Now 197 below. We were talking about it. All these top teams, they are just put into panic now as we see how Cringe picked up Flixie. Great shot connecting, but this is getting chaotic.
But even if you got high ground, if you don't have surge, you can't really do much with it. Instead of being able to apply pressure to the duos underneath, maybe look for some clean refresh eliminations. Instead, Cringe just begging for survival at this point. Sky, Scroll, another team that we know is leading on the day. First place position on the leaderboard, but even when we checked in with them, they were still so incredibly low on their surge, and Cringe, he's just praying an opportunity opens up, but no one is really giving him the chance to try and take any shots. He has to connect. It's now or never. Otherwise, the surge is just going to take him out. And before he can even try and react, the player just scouts out solo. That'll be a wipeout. Ika Malabuka, though, they actually do have surge to work with, but they are waiting to see where their next rotational pool is actually going to hinge upon.
This is a perfect opportunity, though, for duos like Vico Malabuka, who are in 10th and even below. Now, with a lot of these top teams having gone down, it's your chance to push your way up that leaderboard. Side note, I saw Thomas HD solo in height with no shield.
Hey, fake it till you make it.
Let's see what he can do.
He's postured up right now. It's very obvious. He might even be hoping that somebody tries to challenge him on height, because if he can connect just one big shot, that could be the difference maker. Siphon loot, siphon health. You never know when the tables can actually turn in your favor. Thomas hoping to be given a little bit of a break here, but Panzer, Yapko, the way they're sort of hovering that secondary height, they choose to go up now. Have to wait and see as Thomas has found options. Schmally, though, cleared out. It's a body that Thomas can't get to, though, with no fist, no overdrive grenades. He just doesn't have any mobility.
Yeah, he doesn't really have anything, to be fair. Pablo Chino, though, great job picking up an Elim. This is one of our top duos who are looking healthy. As now Sky and Scroll getting closer as well to height. Thomas, if he's known for anything other than the second places, it's his aim. And that's showing with the Elim, but Vico Malabuka as well now. Picking up some extra Elims as Sky and Scroll seem to have made a solid comeback.
Lupshi was looking a little bit pinched there for a moment, but Sky Scroll indirectly going to be able to bail him out, putting pressure against Vico. Is going to force him to close off here, but Cheatin' Giannis, 10 splashes, a pizza. They've definitely got the heals for it. A good amount of material count, too. And one more time, a south pulling zone that's just extending them the favor of being able to take over height for the time being. But it's one thing to have height, it's another thing to hold it. And we've seen how many swap overs have taken place in the previous lobbies beforehand. Thomas HD, though, still kicking as a solo. Forced to play, though, from a lower layer. He's just hoping that he can get that one big shot. Managed to find an overdrive grenade, though, at least along the way here, but still, he needs to find a player that's going to be weak enough to fall the moment that he connects with this Chaos Reloader. It is just so threatening, and he just doesn't get the chance.
Still a good clutch for what he entered the end game with. Yanis cheating, though. A lot of the big teams kind of struggle in this match. I'm not sure how many retakes we'll see come through. Pablo Gino, though, this is one of the big teams that are doing it incredibly well in this match. If they want to push their way up in that leaderboard and separate the gap from the players below them, now is their chance. Moneymaker goes down. The pressure is on for these teams below, but Yanis and Cheatin, they are smooth cruising up in the clouds.
Size and Scary, they're just hoping to stay standing on their 2 feet here. Size gonna be the first one to be knocked, though, from the pairing, and Scary just scrambling all around, doesn't have any build, so he's just waiting to try and avoid as many shots as possible. But Malabuka, Vico, they've sent it, they've gone for height. Yanis cheating, though, they're not gonna forfeit it anytime soon here. Another overtake, they managed to hold strong. Vico, Malabuka forced to drop, and that left them in such a tattered position. They're now trying to get the job here onto Cheatin and Yanis, but they've got more than enough materials to work with, so they'll be able to just reconnect later on, slightly lower, but still applying so much pressure to this lobby. And the pizza's gonna come out, still have to overdrive grenades. Panzer also dropping straight to ultimate low, picking up eliminations along the way. He needs the points. He lost Yapko, but the siphon isn't gonna be enough. The storm is too much to contend with.
We're reaching the moments where the chaos unfolds on low. Players running out of mats. Yanis has gone down, though. I hope he didn't slip. Lucia, Howley, they capitalize on it. Overtake height, looking to close it out, but we still have Sky and Scroll down below. Elimination after elimination getting picked up. The regroup comes through as well. Can Howley and Lucia close this out? Will Sky and Scroll be able to win from below?
Can't count out Cheatin, though, who's also trying to play a little bit of a healing game from inside the storm. But Sky, Scroll, they need more mats. They're going to go for the chomp on height. They managed to at least take frontside position onto the hill. Zone pull working so heavily in their favor. Sky, Scroll, they might be able to get this done. But no, Sky, he's sent packing. A little bit of a challenge there from Cheatin, but the siphon onto Gonzo. That's going to be a huge lifeline here. Scroll and Sky, they're just looking to see how many points can we send ourselves forward on this leaderboard for the first place position. Cheatin finds the shot, though. Sky has been taken out. Yanis cheering on his teammate in the background, I'm sure. But Scroll, he able to catch him just off guard in those final moments. It was a great attempt, though, by Cheatin. Nearly brought it back, Dakota.
I was starting to get nervous a little bit there for Sky and Scroll. Neither player had shield. It was looking like they could lose the 1v2, but our most consistent duo, not only on the day, through the whole season, it's looking strong. Let's head back to the desk so they can break it down.
Thank you very much, guys. Finally, we see Sky and Scroll taking a victory royale. They were not relying on wins at all in their heat. They're so consistent, they don't need to, but it's fantastic to see them take a W11.
They are keeping that average placement low, and can we just give props to Sky there for being the highest impact knocked player in the tournament so far. You saw just how much Cheatin was just trying to find the finish, and Sky is just like crawling behind the object so he can't get shot, and so Cheatin couldn't get the siphon, and then it just allows Scroll to roll on through and hit the shot the second Cheatin left the box. Well played from these two again. It's been an impressive day. I think the win just summarizes how good they've been so far, Mini.
Yeah, and even in that end game, they were quite quiet. A lot of the sort of focus, I suppose, was on the heights and the teams up there. Players, of course, playing up in those mid-ground layers, but they were just silently, quietly getting their eliminations down on the mid-ground, finding their refreshes, not trying to do anything too crazy, playing out their game as we know that they can do. And I'm glad that you mentioned that the knocked body situation right there, because I was looking at it from the other angle. I was looking at it from that, whatever it was, like telephone pole or whatever it was that was actually saving them that game. I think they have that object, whatever it was to thank for that as well. Really nice genius plays from them. But it just shows that these guys can win games. We spoke about them being very consistent, consistently making that top 2 from that top 5 situation. We broke it down at the beginning. But what we haven't seen so much from them, particularly when it comes to the heats, of course, was that victory royale. That was almost the missing thing from what we've seen in FNCS. And there it is in that game. Really nicely played. They didn't panic. And I think it was Scroll who picked up a really crucial shot onto Gonzo. I mean, that was a beautiful one in itself. I mean, that was incredible. Shows what they can do individually. It was Sky, actually. This shot right here keeps them in the game and keeps them alive there as well. And this was the object here, Levin. It was this moment right here that allowed Cheaton to, or didn't allow Cheaton to go for the finish and then ultimately win them the game. Really nicely done from them.
Minnie,
I love how...
Can I say the
Yep.
words?
Go.
You can say it.
Can I say it?
I'll load them.
Jeez Louise, these guys are too good. I mean, how do you stop these guys? How?
GG, Levin. Let's head back to the lobby. You guys, let's head to a break. A masterclass from Sky and Scroll before the break, taking game 4 in style. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where we are 4 games into the Major 1 finals here in Europe, because it's been a really interesting day so far. Disappointment for some big names, but if you take a look at the top, Denmark is celebrating.
Wow.
Pablo and Chino. We're expecting to see them in Dusseldorf, but I don't think we're expecting them to see them in number 2 on the leaderboard right now, Mini Miner.
Yeah, it's funny because it feels weird to say we weren't expecting them to, because they're such great players and they've achieved so much as of late with the trio of Fredoxy. They just hasn't been their season, but they're turning it up to 11 here for the major finals. 11. They've been performing very well, exactly as we expected them to. It's another good end game for those guys right there as well. 5th place with 3 eliminations. Not necessarily too frag heavy, but especially in some of those zones, it was really, really tough for them. A little Pablo Wingu solo clutch here as well. All the way up to that top 5, but really nicely done from these guys. Can they keep the consistency there?
Yeah, man. Look, Frankie's talking about surprises. Hey, I wasn't surprised. I think everyone else should stay on that side, because I've told you, Chino and Pablo have something for this lobby, and they have shown that today again. It's gonna be hard to catch up when you have Sky and Scroll, monsters of the region above you, but they are really showing a good account of themselves today.
It's really great to see them getting things done as a duo, as opposed to Pablo just having to be the one to hide and clutch it out for once. I'm really excited to see more from these guys. If we take a look further down the leaderboard, look at number 6, Sires and Scary. We have to talk about these so that Takata will pay us handsomely. A Spanish duo, relatively unknown in this lobby, 11, but they're impressing with their consistency.
Yeah, look, they've got a lot of experience, right? Sires and Scary have been around for quite some time now. And I think ultimately, yeah, a big surprise that they've been able to sort of make it to end games. And the reality is when they've made it to end games, they've now had, sort of 2 games where, again, they've actually shown a good account. They obviously had that 3rd place in game 2. And in that game there, when they run out of steam, they're still able to just get a couple of limbs that just keep them ticking on that leaderboard. So really impressive here from the Spaniards.
It's also impressive for Giannis and Cheatin. We saw them taking high in one of the earlier games today. They went for the same strat this time, and they didn't fall off Mini Miner, because we were teetering on the edge for a moment there.
Yes.
I don't know about that one.
They didn't
until
both
they
fall
did.
off.
Yeah, they didn't both fall off until Janice did. They held height really well. Ultimately, we saw, I think it was Malabuka going up without Vico, weirdly enough, and tried to sort of disrupt that high ground. Didn't quite work out for him, but it ultimately meant that they then got sprayed out. It actually helped them because they were actually able to connect then to a existing Sky base, an existing Surge base that was already in the area. The reason why they didn't win the game, that telephone wire pole thing, whatever that thing is, was ultimately the reason why they didn't have a good shot at winning right there, and of course their Sky and Scroll won. Unfortunate to see another fall damage. Again, I don't love to see it, but it just reminds me that these players are human, and I am not the only one that does that.
Yeah, and Janice is a legend, right?
He's a bit upset with himself on that one. He actually tweeted out saying, "I'm a sellout." So he obviously feels like, they would have had a better game had it not been for him dropping off. The one thing I'll say to you, Janice, is you're doing amazing. I think so many people counted these guys out and were not expecting them to be anywhere near the top 5. And so to see them playing as well as they played so far today, props to them.
Yeah, props to Cheating as well for clutching that second. It very nearly looked like he was going to win that 1v1 he isolated. So great to see such a great turnout from these guys. But I want to see who isn't doing so well. I know that sounds particularly evil. Send all your complaints my way, but it's because as we get to the later pages of the leaderboard, we're seeing some big names here who are in big trouble. Remember, the first 2 pages are what counts. If you want to make it to the LAN in Dusseldorf, top 20 is where you need to be. And if we head to the very last page, which we never do on a day 1 of a grand final especially, we are making an exception, because in 47th place, Levin, it's Swizzy and Pixie.
Big man Tin, it's not looking good, bruv. It's not,
3 eliminations,
it's not looking
3.
good. Look, we highlighted it. Mini set the expectation at the start of the day that Dark Dominion was gonna be, it's gonna be tough, because there's gonna be teams sort of in and around the area giving you problems. Even Mini couldn't foresee just how crazy it was gonna get there, right? We tune into that POI and there's like 4 different teams at the start of the game, and it's like Swizzy and Pixie, they have no room to breathe whatsoever, and they're really struggling to deal with it. I don't see things getting much better anytime soon. They're in a tough situation.
Well, there's just 2 more games today for these guys to reset and just try and get something done. Gone are the days of the 1.5x multiplier. They need to have ideas, and they need to have them right now as we head into game number 5 with Taco and Takata.
Part of those new ideas might even involve a new drop spot altogether, Takata, and that's kind of, I think, a difficult spot to be in if you are such a veteran duo like Swizzy and Pixie, because normally you'd anticipate, you know, I've done my time in the scene. I should have this fully uncontested, but Truly and Gonzo, they just won't have any of it. So we'll get a chance to see what's actually taking place in Game 5 here one more time.
The good news is, as we've been mentioning, it's a 2-day tournament, so you kind of have the transition from day 1 to day 2 to do your homework, do your prep, and kind of decide. Swizzy Pixie, are they going to switch their drop? What are they going to change? Because clearly something isn't working. And side note, I mean, what is up with players falling off a height? I feel like almost every game today, at least one player has fallen off a height and gone down. I don't know if I'm losing my mind, but it's got to be more matches than not.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is it happens to the best of us, and as many already kind of pointed out, everyone is human. And I think that those instances where we happen to catch players at some of their worst moments, it goes how it goes. But that's not to say that they can't make a recovery point later on.
That's true. That's true. I'm curious too at Wonky Land how things are going. I mean, in the last match, not too well, but for Noah, Riley, and Reason, also not too well for them. They won the initial fights off spawn. Now for the 4th match, they went down here in the 5th one. We'll see if that can change.
What they're really after is just getting these first couple of eliminations onto Exteria and Adapted. They know that there's going to be other players challenging them at Squibbly Shores, so the longer it takes them to wipe out this other duo, the more dangerous it's going to be to actually stick around inside of Squibbly, because then you don't know where players might choose to actually try and crouch high behind every single nook and cranny. You just don't want to take your chances of opening a door. Next thing you know, 2 players waiting in tow with shotguns at the ready. It's just, it leaves too many things up to chance, and chance isn't something that Reason and O'Reilly can really contend with right now, because they've got to get more points. You want to close out day 1 strong.
Looking over at chat, Flixie. Trying to see if I'm concerned or if this is totally fine. We have teams from afar taking shots. I don't think full aggression is going to come through, but chat, Flixie, they have picked up one. The player down below trying to swim his way out of it.
Oh my goodness.
It's not looking good. Double pizza too. Legendary pistol. Hold on.
I was looking more at what was happening in that elimination feed. I saw Shark, I saw Teeny, and I saw Huddy and Fishy with the credits for it. We'll have to wait and see what's actually been developing over at Wonky Land, because right now Painted Palms heating up. Wolvex and Lunex, they're gonna try to go up now against Ju and Country, but the opportunity has kind of just fizzled out here. And Puzo spotted, and that is more than enough reason for Ju and Country to kind of defend their position. Ju's still looking to give chase though against Dan DePuzo. Seems like they're really after more than just the surge. They want the eliminations too.
That they do. Will they full commit to it or not though? Only 9 builds. Not enough to confidently push someone, as they're going to opt to kind of play back a little bit more. And I'm just as curious as you are of what was going on in Wonky, so hopefully we can get a peek of that later. But Andy Puzo,
fortunately for us,
here.
Yeah, we don't have to wait much longer. We got a chance to view it in 4K, and Huddy, just the shots from overhead. Huddy, Fishy, who are you feeling like? Because Shark Teeny, that is not an easy duo to overcome. And I'm sorry to report to all of the EU com, but unsuccessful hate watch here in Game 5, that's for sure.
Unsuccessful it is. I'm taking a quick peek of the last match performance for Huddy Fishy. After they successfully got off spawn, they got 11th with 6 eliminations, but I guess it was enough of a confidence booster for them to win the off spawn now, so they get another chance at the end game. But that's pushing Shark and Teeny lower and lower. They were already in 9th going into this match. Now they placed 45th. They're gonna get pushed out of the top 10 most likely here.
Luckily, though, they'll still have 7 other games, technically speaking. 1 more left on the day. Game day number 1 here. Ghosty. It's just a focal point on getting the shields back up to a healthy position. Size and Scary, though, have really done a great job so far today. Sitting in that 6th place position on the leaderboard. Still well within striking range of even trying to break into the top 5. I mean, when you think Vico and Malabuka, who are only just ahead at 158 points, but Thomas and Focus, more specifically, 175 points. 3rd place position right now. And they need a big game here in lobby number 5 for one reason and one reason alone, Takada. It's because they don't want to let Sky and Scroll get out of leaderboard distance. The realistic amount of points that you can actually bring back and close those gaps. They are, you know, it's not too far gone just yet, but it's starting to get there, and that's where things can be a little bit scary, because even with the 2-day format, you still don't want to leave it in your opponent's hands exclusively.
I don't know, yeah. If I'm Thomas HD, the way it's looking right now, it's just deja vu all over again. I mean, top 3, top 2, very doable. But that first place is getting further and further away. Demir Storm, though, looking for a sneaky play. All it takes is a quick 3-2-1 or double punch shot. Will Fishy and Huddy take the wrong path out of Wonky?
Will Demish Darm actually be able to net something from this, too? They're also another one of our teams that's kind of hurting. A team that I don't think many people would have anticipated to be this far down on the leaderboard. It's Ghosty. Might actually have a chunk out of Darkness's HP, giving chase, and that's going to be the final elimination. Darkos has gone down, but big time sink right now. And unlike Huddy and Fishy, Darm Demish, they don't have control of the vending, but they might be able to get some good shots in when they go for that wheel rotation.
Yeah, that's really what they're waiting on here. Only time will tell. Fico Malabuka, 158 points. They have pushed themselves up the leaderboard. We talked about it in the last match. They were in 10th. A lot of those top teams going down allowed them to go to top 5 now. It's surprisingly close between 10th to 5th. There's only a 6-point difference. 6 points from 10th to 5th. But it is starting to get a bit top heavy with Sky and Scroll at 281.
And for teams like Size and Scary, you never know. It's still, I think, very difficult to imagine they're going to be able to overtake it, but I'll hold that thought because Demish Darm, they're waiting it out so patiently. Decided to take a stab at it finally, but Huddy Fishy just will not go down. After everything they had to overcome just dealing with Shark and Teeny in the first place, the last thing they want to see is themselves getting wiped out by a separate duo entirely here. And despite how strong of fighters Darm and Demish can be, they're still largely the ones left kind of scrambling around on the top side of the builds right now. Huddy and Fishy just have so much more material to work with, so much more heals. This is just not gonna end well for Darm and Demish if they keep trying to force it. And even still, just kind of poking the bear right now, it feels like. Sent packing, licking their wounds, but Huddy and Fishy, great job holding strong here at Wonky.
Yeah, you can see how quick they were to just secure control of the betting machines. Despite having height originally, they instantly dropped down, took control, and that was kind of the sign for Darm and Demish to disengage. It just wasn't worth it at that point. Truly, Gonzo quite strong, surprisingly. I mean, originally it didn't look like they were gonna have the best of early games, but then with all the chaos unfolding in the center of the map, they have been able to push themselves up the leaderboard.
But the big thing to remember is that this is such a new pairing. Truly had originally been with Zynox, and they've been having a lot of success with qualing towards Div Cup finals, qualing the eval finals, and yet it just didn't work out. When the time came for heats, we fell short, team split up, decided, let's see who else to pair with in the Last Chance lobby, and truly, Gonzo, they've been a particularly exciting duo to follow because they look great in the Last Chance qualifier opens, and when they actually got into the Last Chance lobby finals, obviously they did their thing, but it's the fact that they're contesting Swizzy and Pixie of all people and holding their own. Could have been worse though for Darm and Demish.
Yeah.
Demish will be able to tie the final knot there, close that one out. But going back to the whole Gonzo thing, it's just incredible scenes that such a new hunger has really started to surface in EU, and truly Gonzo, definitely one of those teams that embodies it.
Yeah, just 4 points away from top 5 too. Like you said, from Last Chance qualifier, last minute formation to almost being top 5 in the major finals. As we're getting closer and closer to the finish line of day 1. Let's take a look at Biko and Malabuka as Darm and Demish are just in non-stop action.
Really kind of just been very hard pressed to actually find a starting point in a lot of these lobbies, opting for kind of the switcheroo with their drops a lot of times here. Biko and Malabuka, though, they'll have none of it. These are our vending machines. We don't want you guys making any use of them. But both of these duos do have a decent amount of surge above damage thresholds. Whoever leaves first, though, I don't think they want to forfeit any kind of freebie tags to the other. And it's just this awkward little stalemate that's kind of taking place here. But darn Demish, they are really throwing a lot of these teams for a loop here along the way, and I think that they're also kind of victimizing themselves, a little bit of self-sabotage potentially, because you never know who you're going to run into next, but the way that they've just been rolling through the lobby.
Yeah, I would have expected a bit more for Darm and Demish, so I'm really hoping they can figure it out. I mean, it's tough being contested, but they have time to kind of reflect on it.
To be fair, though, when you think about Darm Demish in 2-day formats, day 1, you know, obviously always leaves a little bit more to be desired. Day 2, though, that might be a whole different story, but only time will tell what actually happens there. As Peshka, old World of Trouble here, Reason, Noah Riley playing what feels like a fire's been lit underneath them, and it's because of the fact that they've got the surge ticks working against them. They need this elimination onto gold. They want to bring things back into their favor, and now getting to close out that fight will put them in an okay spot, but still a long ways to go.
Sky Scroll, average placement of 4.75 after our 4 matches, matching their average placement in the Div Cups. Leading the pack. It would be devastating for them to go down here, but they know when to not take risks.
It's less about them and more about whether or not Shmali and Sliz actually need the damage, and they don't. So this is not a fight that they have to force, but so Studios vending machines would be nice to get some heals along the way. Shmali and Sliz, though, that was the wrong time to hit go. Sky and Scroll, just absolute menaces with the tracking accuracy, only boosting their net surge even further, and they also left Shmali in such a bad spot. Franek and Dina is going to be able to cut them off, and Sliz now left as a solo.
What is this? What is Sky and Scroll missing? They have aim, they have chemistry, they can solo clutch, they have consistency. Somebody needs to stop them. Yanis cheated. Levin was talking about it. Yanis had a bit of a mistake in the last match, but they're performing so well. 4th place on the leaderboard. Hoping to represent Germany and Dusseldorf. So far looking good.
They've definitely been making the most of their day 1 appearances. Cammy and Hottie, though, not an impossible spot to work your way out of, but things are getting a little bit dicey here. Sitting at only 102 above. You know just how rapidly those net surge metrics can actually jump, both in your favor and against. And so for a team like Demish and Darm, unfortunately on the other end of things, but able to connect with some shots. Still, this constant up, down. And once those surge ticks actually start raining through, they're unlucky. Another duo might even hear when their shields get cracked if they're close enough. Doesn't seem like Skyjump and Mumsy actually have that idea just yet, though. Truly Gonzo. Separate fight. They're also kind of struggling here with their surge. They didn't get that immediate fight they were hoping for against Squizzy and Pixie. And so now they're left to try and collect it elsewhere. But yeah, if Truly can keep putting together shots like that, they won't have too many issues with getting the surge back on track.
That they won't. 107 above for Darm and Beamish as well. As Gonzo makes his way into zone. Darm with a quick knock though. This is huge for the damage that they were looking for. Now even a little refresh. Good news is they don't want to overextend. They've already got a good amount of builds now. Match refreshed, 635 above. Both of these teams were looking quite desperate a second ago, and now, despite Gonzo losing his duo partner, the damage is there.
Feast or famine outcomes right now between both of these POVs. Is Gonzo, he lost Truly. Even though they found one big shot, it just wasn't enough for them to stay healthy as a duo together. So isolated, 342 above, some material count to work with, but no white heals. He will have to depend exclusively on finding an elimination to get himself back up in the running. Volko Cringe, a healthy duo just on the other side of this wall. He's not going to be able to break through just yet, though. Going to keep having to take his time. The pickaxe alerting the rest of the lobby exactly where he's at. He'll be cleared out. An early departure. Fortunately, they've done enough in the matches leading up to it, so their spot on the leaderboard should still be decent. Just obviously you want every single lobby to be a strong finish with the last two on the day. Hottie, Cammy. Scenes looking grim for some other players trying to make their way into zone here, Takata, but Flixie and Chap aren't one of them. They are definitely feasting right now. 2 pizzas at Flixie's feet. More than enough time to decide where he wants to go next.
I'm liking the look of this. As we'll see once we get closer and closer to these moving zones. Thomas HD focus. The consistency has not been there. They've had big matches. The average placement is 16.5. The good news is the damage is coming through. It looks like they're going to be making it out of this one, but for Cheat and then Yanis, they are now in danger.
Teams inside of our top 5, they're competing not just with the rest of the lobby, but they're also competing to try and stay within striking range of Sky and Scroll in that first place position. Until their names are actually taken out of this lobby, all of these players very likely keeping tabs of that elimination feed to gauge just how much is really left to go. Chap, Flixie, taking a little bit too long there against Vico and Malabuka, but returning the favor, no problem whatsoever. And Vico just overextends his welcome after those initial early beams. I think he was feeling very confident in himself, but Flixie immediately punishing him for it. The former duo at that. It's a tough break right now. We know Malabuka will be a solo here. Front side sending it. Flixie, Chap, they're able to hold a spot now in the mid ground, but it's whether or not they're going to be able to actually stay on track. Working ahead. Still continuing to stay one step ahead of the rest of the lobby here. Malabuka, those 6 slices of pizza, but a whole lot of players surrounding him.
More than enough materials, though. Malabuka should be able to get a good clutch here. Yanis as well. On the contrary, only wood, 16 builds, 1 mini, the only heals he has. A few overdrives, but it's only going to take you so far. And he's going to have to play this one a lot slower. Malabuka looking for some tags, but he doesn't want to go down before using his materials. Big shot connecting, though. Very good in terms of damage.
That's what Yanis is after right now. Frontside low, looking back, hoping that he can also find an elimination. Definitely needs the siphon, he needs the materials. A player in his box, but he can't cut him off fast enough. Opportunity just sliding by here. Pablo Chino, second place team currently on the leaderboard, and they know exactly what's at stake here. They've got to keep things rolling. Thomas Focus, very similar position here, but Malabuka still making it work. Players are doubling into his box. It's gonna be Cammy. A nice little refresh, but Malabuka's getting held. The lobby is stopping him from his successes of moving forward. Chopped down. There's just nowhere left for Malabuka to go. earlier departure than what they've been hoping for, but Chino and Pablo, they are ready to try and bring themselves back into contention. They want to overthrow first place. If they've got anything to say about it right now, Takata. They're already looking back, seeing if there's teams they could spray, seeing if there's teams they could just catch off guard with a nice little pre-edit finish.
Problem for Pablo Chino is Sky and Scroller looking incredibly healthy down in the dirt, and Pablo's already been knocked, fully eliminated as well. Chino is left as a solo, but he does have 5 eliminations. He is on fire as he has to find his way back to zone. In the meantime, though, Sky Scroll, this is looking like it's going to be a big match for them, but a huge shot connected from Chino.
The main thing right now for Chino is just how many elimination points can you get? 2 already for Scroll. We have seen him been on a rampage all throughout the games here today. And it looks like the eliminations was just the starting point for these two. They're just racking them up as we go. Darm eliminated. 3 now for Scroll. He just can't miss. Every single shot he sends out connects with a target. Thomas trying to see if he can make the play for the revive, but ultimate low just still so heavily in control by Sky and Scroll. They are the cutoff point. They are restricting anybody else from moving through this lower layer. And again, just another elimination and another one. They just can't be stopped.
The moment a player steps foot on the low ground, they are ready to pounce, and Sky and Scroll eliminates them instantly. They are not finished. This Thomas continuing to try and clutch it out as a solo. Glubsheep Racks have been holding on to high. Thomas goes down. Sky Scroll still incredibly healthy. Chino as well. He's out of mats, it seems. He's trying to clutch it as a solo, but he's going to have to take a 1v2, either height or low.
It's a race to the finish right now for Prax and Glubsheep. It's going to be Sky and Scroll that they're forced to contend with, but we saw how healthy Sky and Scroll truly are in these low layers. They were just taking full advantage of any sort of weakened players. These elevation shifts, they were just waiting for players to fall into their clutches. Saya's now trying to see if he can escape. Going to send it one more time overhead, but Sky, Scroll just looking to play janitorial in the low ground. 5 eliminations still. The lobby kind of clearing itself out for these final moments. Scroll gets another piece. And now the final opponent, Sayaz. But it's Sky. It's Scroll. They might cause for a little bit of a hiccup here, but Scroll, he's still so healthy. He can easily back up his teammate. Sayaz, though, refusing to punch. Sayaz actually turning this around, but he can't get the siphon in time. Sky and Scroll will manage to hold on for another victory royale here, Takata, but Saya's really made them work for it.
It got a little close. It got a little close there. Sayaz with a great shot, but Sky and Scroll, they cannot be stopped. Frank, 11 Mini, what is the rest of the lobby gonna do?
Not go to the low ground. Everyone's just gonna be like, let's stay on the mid layers, because as soon as we drop down, Sky and Scroll are just gonna take us out of this lobby, Mini.
Wow, I mean, what a performance from Sky and Scroll. Stayed so patient. A very, very similar performance to what we saw in that last game. They didn't try to go for high. They didn't try to make any crazy plays. They just let the entire lobby come to them. And it wasn't really like a crazy hype play from anyone in that lobby. It felt like a different sort of landscape up on high. But a little bit shaky there at the end. Not quite sure what happened, but yeah, they managed to close out the win in the end.
I'll be honest, I didn't know Sayas could do all that. You know, I know we're here to talk about Sky and Scroll. They won the game, but I didn't know Sayas could do all that, so I'm sure we'll get to that. But look, Sky and Scroll, the reality is, and I've said it in one of the earlier games, I'm gonna say it again, you're not gonna be more consistent than these guys, so you're gonna have to outshoot them. That's what it's gonna come down to for any of the other teams in contention. If you're Chino, Pablo, if you're Focus, Thomas, whoever it is, you're gonna have to try and figure out how can we outfrag these guys, because they will just make it to every single end game. And unless anybody wants to turn into, you know, Peterbot from the end of last year and start landing on these guys, it's, you know, I don't see what changes for them, right? It looks like they're playing a scrim at times, maybe, right? Like, it just looks so simple. It looks so easy. They get in the same situations, the same positions, and they deliver the same every single time. It is so hard to play against. It must be so demoralizing to play against when you're one of the top teams and you think you've had a good game, and then you look at the leaderboard, refresh it afterwards, and you're like, Sky and Scroll, yeah, they just, they're deep into the end game again. Like, what do we do? So unbelievably good.
I guess you set your sights on Dusseldorf. With Sky and Scroll, though, how far did they go in Dusseldorf? Do you think that we're potentially looking at Europe taking another LAN? 11.
Well, look, it might be Europe versus Europe, right? Because that's where Venno and Curve land. So we'll see how much they have to say about that.
I'm very excited for that North American lobby later tonight. But right now, we've got to take a break because we've got one more game here in Europe. Welcome back to day one of the FNCS Europe Major 1 finals. We just have one game left for the show today, and there's a lot to play for everyone in the lobby. The thing is, can people who are on page number 5, 40 to 50, can they make it up? Because there's some big names there who are sorely lacking in points right now. But let's talk about the winning conditions for all of these teams here, because if you missed the pre-show, Kinch, our numbers guy, ran the stats through his system, and 11, there's a lot that some of these duos really need to do, and one duo we have to talk about is Shark and Teeny, because sometimes they're not making it to the end game. They're barely making it off spawn.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a concern for them. I think the key factor was always going to be when they make it out of these, off-spawn engagements, can they make it count? I don't think the biggest concern for people was going to be making it out of the off-spawn engagements, though. Twek and Mijo, this one here from Twek was just disgusting. Now, I don't know what's going on there, but Twek, I was not expecting to see him hit shots like that. They've been having a tougher time off spawn mini than I think people maybe would have accounted for. And even when they've made it off spawn, the games just haven't looked like the Shark and Teeny we've seen all year long.
Yeah, they haven't. They started off really well, and I was kind of thinking, I said at the beginning of the show, I was like, I don't see these guys getting a top 5. 50% of your tweet audience believe that they would. and they got a fourth, and I was like, oh, hang on a sec, maybe they're actually the real deal here. They can actually do all right. And then things started to sort of play out as they often do in these sort of grand finals and major finals lobbies. Teams switch up, they try and rotate on in. They find it a little bit more difficult to now leave that drop spot, even if they win that off spawn or end up splitting it. So yeah, a few difficulties for these teams. Maybe now their sights are now set on that top 20 rather than that top 5, because of course they still want to qualify to the LAN as well. But it's been rocky for them.
I think the biggest surprise as to why for this, you know, team is just the fact that most people consider these guys a fighting duo, right? Like, so if you're gonna tell me, look, they're gonna be put in situations where they're gonna have to fight a lot, you'd roll the dice and expect to see it land in their favor more times than not. And I think that's why this is a big surprise.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard. 5 games into the finals. We have got domination from Sky and Scroll. They look like they're about 90 points clear at the moment. That's not really a surprise, probably to any single person in the Fortnite community watching this. And Pablo and Chino also putting up a performance we knew they could pull off. We just were surprised maybe to see it so early in the season, given some inconsistency recently. And then Sayaz and Scary. Levin, you said these guys, they've been around for a while, but at the same time, they haven't exactly troubled top 10s of major finals before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to watch this highlight package. Because how on earth did Sayaz end this game with 8 LFs? Like, this is just not what I was expecting, especially from this position here. Like, look at what he's not working with anything. And he's just crawling around the endgame mini and just hitting banks. Like, you just love to see it.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, that mythic Chaos Reloader definitely had a part to play right there. That actually has 2 shots in it, so you don't need to wait for it to reload. And when you can hit shots like that, you can really clutch up. And again, it's one of those sort of dark horse teams that maybe a lot of teams wouldn't, or a lot of people wouldn't have expected to do so well. Look at this. Unreal stuff from him. And especially since they were shaping up to be contested or spawn, I think a lot of people wrote this team off. Look at that. Goes down to Storm in the end, but
what a
I mean,
time. Like, I just want to say, what a time to be having the performance of your life. Like, yes. This is like the best he's ever played in his entire life, and it's just today. Great.
I know we say pressing W for obvious reasons, but in Spain, would they say going V because of Vamos?
I mean, we do have a Spanish
people.
person.
Yeah, you're asking.
Like, I don't know why he'd be asking us when there is a Spanish fella casting the game.
We're hoping we'll get an answer from Takata on that one very soon. I wonder where Thomas Focus are. They're in 4th. They've only gone down 1 spot. I feel like it's been a little bit quiet for them because we're not seeing them very frequently in these in-game situations. You know, it's not coming down to a 2v2 for them, for example, in the in-game, even though they are making it to the in-game, I should say, many more.
Yeah, they are. And we've had to see a couple of this Thomas HD solo clutches today, which is nice to see, of course, for an EU veteran watcher out there. Of course, it's nice to see him still performing. But yeah, I think it's been a bit of a sort of hot and cold day for them. They've had decent enough games. Of course, the off-spawn situation was never going to be their problem. But when it comes to the end games, they're either getting that 1st place, 5th place, or they're going down around 20th, 11th. So they need to have more of those top 5s.
This is an interesting situation now, guys, because we have 7 games left of the finals. We've already mentioned that there are some big names who are on the last page of the leaderboard, the likes of iDrop and Marius, the likes of Swizzy and Pixie. I've already mentioned it. We don't have a 1.5x multiplayer coming up tomorrow. If you do not start picking up your performance, you are not going to find yourselves playing in Dusseldorf. There are other big names in trouble. Demas and Dan, we're looking at you. Reason and Noah, they're starting to pick up their ideas. They're starting to pick up their games. Let's see what our duos can do in our final game of the day.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, the cutoff is at 114 points. You said it yourself. Noah, Reason, RD team right outside of it. Demas, darn, but you know, I gotta get my Spanish bias in here a little bit. Sayaz Scary top 3. It's what you love to see, but this is just the last match of day 1. There's 6 more matches to be played out tomorrow, and Taco, I think a lot is gonna change between today and tomorrow.
And I think that's where we kind of have to fixate a little bit more on Sky and Scroll specifically, because it's one thing to be leading the lobby at the end of a 2-day format, but it's also going into that secondary day with the mentality of not trying to autopilot it. So let's see how they finish things out, because game 6 is ready to go.
It's harder to change things up on the day, so I would be very surprised if we see any major changes, but maybe a sneak peek of what's coming tomorrow. Bus path starting right at Wonky Land. We've had a curious time here. I mean, Fishy Huddy, they've been looking quite strong in the recent 2 matches. Shark, Teeny hasn't been going their way. And once again, Sharks dropped to 5 HP to kick this off, but lucky for him, he did not get knocked.
Yeah, but unlucky for them. Huddy Fishy, they're in full control of the arcade game right now at Wonky Line, and that's what you really want. You are going to be dropping at this POI, but job's not done. Fishy, Huddy, trying to see if they can just get the better end of this exchange, and sure enough, Shark floating through the air as Teeny, all by his lonesome, will be spotted out, and the worst has just happened right now for Shark and Teeny here at Takata, because one more shot is all it takes. Teeny won't be able to 180 this in his favor, but it's the damage that's been done. A little bit of mental battles start to take place here, I think, heading in that secondary day, because so many people were riding so high, and admittedly, I was one of them. I was anticipating that Shark Teeny, they're just going to control it, but there are so many other places on the map still left to fight things out for. Skyjump, Momsy looking to try and defend their position. Skyjump gets a little bit of an assist here from other members in the lobby, but very short-lived, because Pixovsky and Saren, they're just looking to play cleanup crew right now. Skyjump has hardly anything left to work with. That'll be all Pixovsky to try and finish up here. And Skyjump will be eliminated. Some additional elimination points being added for Pixovsky and Saren.
Chino Pablo looking to have cleaned up an early game. Just one elim though. Curious to see how that ended, and I'm still just thinking back to Wonky Land. Quite devastating. And let's see what Chino actually did though.
Oop.
There was an elimination on to Gold.
Not this time. Gold and Peshka will not have the opportunity there to try and challenge the machines. But scary inside is if they can have another endgame finish like that last lobby Takata, they are very much going to be setting themselves up nicely for a day 2 run, because I put them into the 3rd place position. Granted, anything and everything has happened before in these finals, and this last lobby is just very on point right now, I think, for a game 6, day 1 kind of occurrence here at Takata. Players are dropping like flies. People are getting very aggressive very early on. Some teams may be choosing to go for that Hail Mary effort of, well, we need to finish on a big game. That way we make sure that we have some points to work with heading into day 2. But it really is all about the top 20 for teams that are just outside of it heading into this final lobby of the day.
Yeah, the good news is they have the whole other day. I mean, I'm looking back to it. Huddy Fishy, despite winning off spawn, they've gotten 30 at 11. Hasn't quite gone their way. Thomas focused though. They had the strong win. They had a strong 5th place in the last match, but outside of that, 25th, 21st, the 19th, it's either big games or kind of mid games. But I mean, they're in 4th, so I'm only saying it because, you know, this is a duo that had the expectations of not only getting 2nd, but potentially even winning. The way it's going right now at Sky and Scroll, though, 90 points above 2nd place, which is Chino and Pablo. A lot is going to have to change.
But kind of just picking back up on that earlier conversation I noted on Sky Scroll, you know, they're the ones in the driver's seat. But
yeah,
when you are chasing your first finals title of a major, I think for Sky and Scroll specifically, it becomes very difficult, I think, to not just... It's hard not to get nervous, I think, in day 2. And I think that the way that they are playing here today, though, makes me feel very confident in these two, because they're not playing like anything is pressuring them in the slightest. They are just doing whatever they want to. They are forcing the lobby to be reactive to them. It has just been the Sky and Scroll show for the bulk of today's lobbies, and they just seem to have it figured out. Right place, right time, every single time.
I mean, this whole chapter, it's been that way. It's not like this is like a recent thing. They've been so consistent. I would be very surprised if we see the nerfs get to them on day 2. I mean, it's what these other duos in the top end are hoping for, but yeah, I don't know how I feel about the odds of that happening. They're just looking way too strong. Levin was saying it. It just looks like scrims they're playing. They're making it look so easy. Focus Thomas. I want to see another big game from them.
Thomas did a great job in the last lobby, even clutching up from a solo position to give them the opportunity here in game 6 to try and close things out strong here, right? But there are just so many other unknown factors, I think, that are going to possibly kind of throw things for a loop here. Yepko Panzer, potentially one of them. Painted Palms, legendary POI for this final lobby, but it's more so the fact that they're sitting at 154 points, so it hasn't been, you know, the world's best day by any means, but it still at least left them in a position where they can be inside that top 20 for the qualifying range of the Summit LAN, and that's really what they're trying to hold on to. They want to stay inside, especially hovering around that top 10 area. Ooh.
Yeah, cheating though. Gotta be careful. He's been put into panic. 5 for 9 moneymaker. They pick up the Elim. Yanis. Not quite sure where he might be. We'll take a look at what actually went down here, though. Oh. Oh, no.
Hey, everybody's got to try and do something different. And what better time to experiment than in the final lobby of game day number 1 with the 2-day format to work with. Twy, Cringe, they'd had so much early success in that very first game, and then after that, it's just been a little bit of a roller coaster ride with them. Up, down, all around, but XZ and Prisbuka, they need this. They need to win this fight here. Twy in the 1v1. XZ trying to gauge whether or not it's worth it to just go for the finish. On the one hand, it would put them in a, you know, reboot play opportunity. On the other, end of the road, and then you are left on the last couple of pages of the leaderboard. Twy doesn't want to risk their current position. He'll opt to disengage first. Circling back around, though, to focus in Thomas. They've got company, Darm and Deemish, one more time, but they've also got a lot of time to work with, but they definitely want to avoid surge woes.
Playing the slow game. What's good for these duos that are on the lower end of the leaderboard, I mean, the cutoff, I say only at 114 points. I believe in the last match, Sky and Scroll almost got 100 points in a single match. So if you do just get one very solid game, doesn't even have to be a win, it's almost enough to push you into that top 20 and be in qualifying range for Dusseldorf. So a lot of these teams still have a very good chance at qualifying, so they'll just have to mix it up for day 2 or end day 1 here with a strong game.
But look at that flashing of the leaderboard right now. You've got teams inside of the top 10, 7th and 9th that have already been eliminated. So that's opportunity now for teams that are just underneath those ranks to try and build their way up. Try and overtake a little bit of leapfrog action. Close things out here. Game day number 1, Surefour and Repairs, 156 points. Very realistic opportunities to be one of those teams that could potentially squeeze their way up another placement or 2 on the leaderboard overall. But Keto and Hydro holding steady. Dinas and Fnatic also in their surge base, gonna complicate things further.
The one match, Chat Flixie got the perfect zone pull. They won it. Will we get a repeat here? So far, it is a bit more north, but they're hoping for the best.
It's like groupings right now, though, on the leaderboard. Chat Flixie in the 180s, Vico Malabuka, Skyjump Momsy. Teams that are also in that 180 range. Cheatin' Giannis, just above that, 190. And for Chat Flixie, I'll hold that thought, though. Cringe and Twy. It's the wrong kind of mix-up. Darman, Deemish. They've really been playing catastrophe for so many other duos in this lobby all throughout the course of today's games.
Nice shot connecting from Twy as well. Darm Demish, though. We don't want a catastrophic finish in day one from them. This is a big duo. Had an amazing year in 2025. We don't want to kick off 2026 in a low point.
Just taking what feels like every single one of the med kits right now from the vending machines. Twy at least has one to work with, but the way that Darm and Demish are kind of settling in here, looks like they don't mind taking a stretched out rotate. They've already done the damage to Twy as is, and they can likely still choose to hold him at bay. Even if he goes for the reboot this late on, Darm and Demish could just look to choke point them when they make their next rotation. They're likely going to have to run into them one more time.
Wow, it's crazy actually how many duos are still in Storm. I mean, we had kind of the main Storm meta last season, but has been less prominent this season. However, we're seeing a lot of play here in the major finals. Twy now gonna go for the reboot.
There's just so much gold available on the map that it makes it a lot more feasible for teams to kind of make delayed rotations, sit inside the storm a little bit longer, but then you are exposing yourself to the risk of storm sickness, and while we haven't seen it directly for anybody here today, it could still be an issue. See, having a whole lot of trouble right now with Focus and Thomas, and that's going to be another pairing of eliminations here for Focus and Thomas to start things off for Game 6.
I'm just looking at that leaderboard. Someone's got to do something about Sky and Scroll. Thomas HD, Focus once again joining the action against Demish and Darm. They can't get enough, but Focus is actually going to be the one that gets knocked down. It's now a 2v1. This is devastating for Thomas HD and Focus.
They knew. They knew how hurt Thomas was. There was never a world of survival there, but that is so disastrous right now for Thomas and Focus. They were just not anticipating a team to be this far out in the storm, hanging around the gas station, and just punishing them so steeply. Even just a little quick review of eliminations that just went down, but Darm, Demish, they are really causing so many problems in this last lobby of the day. You know, never let them know your next move mentality through and through.
Panzer Yapko, 175 above. They do have a nice position here in zone, but without the elevation, I'm not sure how many opportunities they'll get. 4 more tags, but doesn't seem like it's too big of a problem from the here.
Kiri, Moneymaker, who's gonna come out on top, both throwing slugs at each other, and Kiri, Moneymaker won't be able to withstand the additional tick damage from the storm, just working against him, but Cheat and Giannis, they might even be able to continue that aggression against Kiri. We'll have to wait and see. Scroll, though, this is we've seen. You could tell me this was a replay, and I would believe you, Takada. Okay, Sky, Scroll, pressuring teams, trying to make their way into edge of zone, and they're just beaming them the whole way through. There is just no one that seems to escape their sights.
They don't miss. They're doing everything right. Even when they're put into a bit of panic and they kind of get on the borderline of surge, they still make something happen. Giannis forced to pop a med kit, 294 above. But without his teammate cheating and all these players rotating through, all these duos, gonna have to make a big play here. But unfortunately, that will be his demise.
We saw the reason why he paused. He knew Hardcore and Kid were right there, but 5-tick storm at your back, you don't have any other options to run into your own demise. Chap, Flixie. Rough go here in Game 6.
This is a duo too that had very high expectations going into 2026. I mean, coming from especially Flixie's performance in 2025, winning Major 1, 2nd Major 3, 6th Major 2, even 14th at Globals. But they just haven't been quite living up to those expectations. The thing is, it is a duo that's capable of performing in these lobbies, so I'm hoping for day 2 we can see more of them. But for Sky and Scroll, they've been living up to those expectations now going into this major final. Chap doing what he can to clutch it as a solo, but when you're 300 below, you only have so many options.
Quite a ways away from Surge being turned off too, so Chap will just have to get it done the old-fashioned way. Looking back, trying to see if he can set up, make a play. Sky Scroll, though, they really have just been delivering on all fronts. Their placements throughout the day, paired alongside consistent eliminations. And they're looking to just add another lobby to their count, but 16 below now. It'd be nice if they could find somewhere to deal damage. The opportunity might present itself here soon enough. A lot of teams kind of stuck in this South Zone congestion. And they've also got ample amount of heals, and they are going to be shot right back up. 146 above now. No longer feeling the same kind of pressure, but Chap is just in a world of hurt right now. He's hoping to deliver some kind of pain to somebody else instead, but won't get the chance. Eaten alive by the lobby.
Homework time on to day 2. Syaz and Scary, 629 above the threshold. The confidence is there, and our #1 duo has the pressure on now. 343 below as he's lost Scroll. Sky is fully capable of solo clutching, but with the amount of damage he needs, this one is going to be extra difficult.
Hold on now. Sky and Scroll, if they're both eliminated this early, that's not a lot of placement points, that's for sure, Takada. So might make Thomas and Focus feel a bit better, and sure enough, they're going to meet their end. Ariko and Kire being able to just cycle in on the where Sky is trying to escape from. But Pablo, Chino, our second place team, this is going to be their best opportunity to play catch-up if I've ever seen it.
It's now or never. Chino and Pablo, if they can finish this last match of the day with a big game, it could mean everything for the leaderboard, but they have to be careful as Chino gets cracked. The good news is they have more than enough shield to recuperate it. They have the damage, they have the match shields. All we need is a big match.
And they're just waiting, kind of scoping out who's in front of them, who's starting forward. Malibuca, Vico, under a little bit of pressure here in this final game. They want to have a big showing. They want to indicate that they are more than capable of being one of those top 5 teams. But Cammy, Hottie, right now, succumbing a little bit to the pressures of the lobby. Almost all of their heals have been expended. A couple of overdrive grenades, but trying to control front side. That's what Pablo and Chino are after. Malibuca and Vico still managing to stay just about a layer or 2 above ultimate low. And it's all about trying to see if they can get a good chop in on some of these other teams. Darm, Deemish, really trying to close things out here strong as Syaz and Sketty. Ultimate low, sure, but they got the front side to work with.
Gotta be careful though, running low on mats. Just 8 builds to work with for Syaz here. Good news is they do have the Flowberry Mist to recuperate what Scary has lost, but Darm, look at the amount of eliminations this duo has. They had a rough start here in day 1, but hopefully we can close it out. 4 on Darm, 6 on Deemish. The issue is just 1 build left, and he's gonna have to ride the back of the zone.
But he finds Delio. The moment that he dropped was trying to follow his duo. Doesn't get a chance though to finish things out entirely, but did play spoiler. That's a big factor. Think about Fishy and Huddy, currently the kings of height right now in this lobby. iDrop gonna get tagged up. He's on secondary height currently with Medius. But it does look a little bit fickle here at Malibuca though. Big conversion, elimination. That's what he really needed, a little bit more siphon materials to try and work with. Vico and Malabuka could definitely go out with a bang in this lobby, depending on how they choose to play things out as they make their way towards frontside, getting some good tags, some good connections, but they need to get the finishes too. Vico trying to see if he can force somebody to look across his vision. He's clearly hunting for yet another elimination. They are out of materials entirely. Panzer Yapko sending it on front side low. Pablo Chino just behind them, but Fishy and Huddy have really made the most of this final lobby so far. Can they keep it going though? Malabuka scrambling around on the low ground. Needs to try and find another shot. He needs any kind of an extension, but he has no builds. He'll be taken out. Pablo and Chino. What looked so promising though has just been ripped out from underneath them. Yapko and Panzer now staring down the other teams on the low ground, and it's all Huddy and Fishy from overhead. Minori gonna try and follow suit, but Panzer, he at least managed to make it up. Not a whole lot of HP to work with here, though. And so Panzer, he's gonna lose Yapko. Huddy, Fishy, just chopping him down. One more build remains. That could be the separating factor here, but they got what they were after. They take out Shark and Teeny and Takata. Everything that comes after the fact is just the spoils of their labor.
31st place going into this match. Huddy and Fishy have been able to end on a win, pushing themselves in qualifying range for Dusseldorf. That's it for Taco and I in the casting booth. We'll back tomorrow, but let's go to the desk to break down how day one concluded.
Thank you so much to Taco and to Carter. What an ending for Hutty and Fishy X. We've been talking about them being the opponents off spawn at Wonky Land versus Shark and Teeny, but now they've gone further than that duo by winning a victory royale. The question is, will it make much of an impact on their chances to make it to Dusseldorf? That's something we'll have to wait to see, Levin.
Well, just right off the bat, after that win, yeah, I'd guess that puts them in a top 20 position. It's about continuing that tomorrow, but that's a great way to end the day, right? The question mark has been, how good is Shark and Teeny going to do contested at Wonky? Maybe the question this whole time should have been, how good is Hutty and Fishy going to do at Wonky? Because, again, who owns that POI right now? It's a question. We didn't think it was going to be a question, Mini, but it is a question right now.
Yeah, especially when it comes down to the heats. I remember when, of course, Hutty and Fishy won that game off spawn against Shark and Teeny. You think, right, that's their one chance to get to the major finals. They win that game to make it here. And maybe myself included, maybe a lot of people would have said, that's a bit of a fluke. You know, they managed to get the win. They managed to win off spawn. We don't expect much of them when it comes to the major finals. But this is a real statement here, coming in this last game, winning it as well. I think it's going to put them quite close to Shark and Teeny as well, I imagine, because, of course, they're going to be sort of launched up the leaderboard. And just the way they went about the game, really nicely done. And another hype win that we've seen today, but a really solid one at that. They held it for a lot longer than a lot of teams seem to be able to hold it as well, Levin. So really nicely done from these guys, and maybe a sign of things to come tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you are fighting these guys off spawn, it must be so frustrating, right? Because they are so relentless. They just don't stop. They're going to have an off game here and there where, you know, they might pop up and win. And all of a sudden right now, you're looking at the standings and you're going, oh, like, how can we get rid of these guys? Like, how do we deal with them? They just don't go away. And that's what you want to see from a team representing EU at not Globals, not yet at least, at the Summerland. And so if they keep having these good games, man, I'll be excited to watch them there.
I mean, it is an international land, to be fair to you, Levin. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Here's where things stand after 6 games, 6 more games to go. Sky Scroll going down in the 7th zone does mean that their lead isn't as dominant before, because Chino and Pablo, yes, they didn't make it to the very end game, but still they managed to make it further, and they kind of look a little bit threatening right now, Mini Miner.
Yeah, they do. This is a different storyline now going into day 2 than what we probably would have expected to be setting up after that last game. I think we all expect to be setting up, yep, Sky and Scroll, can they continue it? They're so far ahead, but now look who's made a late surge and a little bit of a late slip from a team that looked like they were so solid throughout the entire day. They looked like they were unslippable, but they have done it. And for Chino and Pablo, the wind's in their sails right now. They've had a really good day. I think looking at their placements, 8th, 2nd, 20th, 5th, 4th, and 5th, that kind of looks like a Sky and Scroll placement history. So interested to see what they can do tomorrow.
Well, look, their average placement today is 7.33, the exact same as Sky and Scrolls, right? So we talk about Sky and Scrolls consistency in these games, and right now, Chino and Pablo proven to be just as consistent.
It's really exciting to see that top 10 as well, because we've got Size and Scary as these guys who are performing above expectations. The pressure is going to be on their shoulders to keep up that consistency tomorrow. But then when you look at the other names there, Vico, Malibu, could there have been questions over their consistency this season? And despite not getting any victory royales tonight, actually they have made it to multiple endgames, and Focus and Thomas as well. The highs have been extremely high today, Mini Miner.
Yeah, they have. It's been nice to see those guys performing as we expect. Maybe we would have expected them to be a little bit higher up on the leaderboard here after after day number 1, but they have been performing. They've been in those end games, and it's very easy for that sort of team to slip up in this sort of section of the lobby as well, in this stage of the competition, because they've still got 6 games to go, so it's not done and dusted yet, but really excited to see what they can do tomorrow as well.
Well, anything can happen after 6 more games, so let's take a look at the rest of the leaderboard and just see what we're expecting to happen. I want to see where Reason and Noah have got to in particular after that game, but great to see Cammy and Harry still in that top 10. Dom and Demas, a fantastic performance from them in that last game, Mini Miner. A deserved 11th place jump.
Yeah, really big jump from them. Another team that's really jumping up as well, Hutty and Fishy. We thought that they would be jumping up 17 places. What I can't see here is Shark and Teeny. So it's like they're going to be outside of that top 20 right now. I think a lot of the discussion as well, thinking further on than just this, yeah, there they are, 21st, thinking further on than just this major final, was maybe Shark and Teeny are going to try and prevent Hutty and Fishy X from actually making the Major 1 Summit. But now, Levin, again, similar situation. Is it going to be the other way around? Is it going to be Hutty and Fishy X that are going to try and prevent Shark and Teeny from making the Major 1 Summit? It's all just completely flipped.
Yeah, my leaderboard wasn't refreshed, and so before that game, Shark and Teeny were in 14th. So they've actually not just taken their POI, they've taken their spot on the leaderboard as well. I mean, it's getting nasty out here. Tomorrow is going to be fun to watch for that alone. Just following what happens in Wonky Land will be exciting. Everybody's going to be expecting much more, though, from Shark and Teeny and a couple other of these names here, you know, who are outside of that top 20. At the end of the day, you just don't want to miss out on the first ever summit. 48th place, Swizzy and Pixie. Yeah, man. I mean, look, these are both of them are boys. You know, I'm big fans of them both, but it has to be better tomorrow.
Yeah, we really want to see these guys on LAN for the community, for the fans. Hopefully tomorrow they'll come back refreshed, renewed, and with some ideas as to how to get into that top 20. Yes, they might not take the first title of the year, but they could still get a spot on LAN. Everything is to play for tomorrow. So we are going to say goodbye, good night for now at 10:30 Central European summertime. Guys, I'm on BST, okay? 9:30 UK time. You can back out with Zeke and the gang for the American lobby. But right now, we need to get ourselves ready for day 2, boys. So for you guys at home, let's sound that horn.
We appreciate you waiting. One of our team members will be with you soon. Thanks for your patience. We won't be long now. Thanks for holding.
Dang it. How did they get so easy? Full health. I think they shot me with the chaos remover. No other one. Dude, you have no ammo. Well, there's a lot of ammo, right? But and that gun. What is that? No, it's a gun. Grab it. A very rare. Grab all that ammo too. Yeah, that's very rare. They come in the yeah, it's a sniper. They come in the island where they spawn. You have to kill the little drones. Then you get a mythic. That's really strong. I don't know how much you have. You should take. Oh, there you go. Take that big box. Everybody, it's okay. Carry 3 of them. Might need it. There you go. There was some right behind you, wasn't there? Oh, there it is. 500, I think. That one should do. Stars moving down. That leaf. If you can. No, I wouldn't. You would have to do it over here. But leave right now. Crap. Yeah, you're right. Good thing you got the pizza in case you get no. Don't leave that lane. Yeah, that's gonna help you jump. Take a pizza too. One of them. There you go. Oh, can you drive the van? No, you can't. You heard it. Thank you, thank you. I drove this thing right here because I couldn't stay in the right next to you. Perfect. You guys cool with that? Oh crap, I'm dead again. This guy lasered me. GG.
There we go. I was muted on my stream. Third though, ain't bad.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I don't think there's anything new in like other game modes, right? Hang on.
Not that I know of.
Flame.
Dude, I can't believe I'm level 126 already.
Huh?
Can't believe I'm level 126 already.
I know. I know. Just looking at the showdown too. Oh. Yeah, and I bet by the end of the day we get to the first reward for the showdown. Yeah. Night War is killing you in the showdown thing.
Dude, that guy plays every day.
Huh?
That guy plays every day.
I know, dude.
I can't keep up with him.
You just, it's like just impossible.
Yeah.
What's crazy is Hot, you know Hot Damn? I only know her from him. She's kind of a cool, forgot how to stream it, person. I know her from him. Like, she just sits and plays all day too.
Hey.
She's a streamer.
I wish that was possible.
Huh?
All day long. I said I wish I could do that for a living.
Yeah, I started going through my locker and like changing some of the outfits. Like, I didn't even know that there was this.
Yeah, you got it last season.
Well, I didn't know there was the variant, all the variants.
Oh, that's true.
Like, this is his son, you know, and you can do like different shit.
Yeah.
But I do like jewels or whatever this. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
And actually, I do prefer the cape. There we go. Cape looks good on about everybody. I'm not gonna lie.
It must be a Star Wars thing, cause
maybe, yeah.
You know they all have
Phasma cape.
Dude, I was playing with Max and Night War the other day, and for once, Night War didn't get drunk. It was Max. Dude, he got
yeah.
toasted.
Hang on here.
Like toasted. I was like, Max, can you
use a shirt so I can beat somebody today?
Max, I said, what are you doing?
Well, he told me, he said the last time I played with Night War, which I mean may have been a few times ago. He's like, I went off on him. I didn't go any deeper. I didn't ask questions.
Yeah. No, Night War's been pretty good lately, actually. He said he's been wanting to quit. Yeah.
But
he's
what?
like that. I want to play with him all the time.
Yeah, when he's actually like playing instead of just like belligerently doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
I think there's one other POI that's.
Where do you want to go?
A little different.
Since you're streaming.
I don't care, dude. I'm down to like explore all the new shit, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can like take like clip farm, you know what I mean? Like
oh, okay.
The new tech, let's fuck with it.
Okay.
If there is any, there's really not.
No, there is. other than those things that you just got right now.
Yeah. We are definitely contested.
Yeah, I see quite a bit. Have to get a shotgun.
Get an AR, I think.
Here, let me give you this.
Oh, I thought that was you. Can't even see the motherfucker. But I guess I shot him. Or was shooting at him. Oh, one right here, one right here.
Got him too.
There's more. More are coming behind me.
Got him too.
All right.
What the heck that was?
Can we loot now?
I hope so.
Yo, could you see that person at all?
Yeah, I could barely.
Hmm.
There's this right here if you want it. Pretty good.
What is it?
Purple. Purple shotgun.
You start a rivalry? You're going down by the beach to loot.
Okay.
See what's out on this boat. Oh, I got shockwaves. Do I run with a pistol?
Pistol's not bad.
I know. Okay. Is everything there? All right.
Hey, where do you want?
Yeah, that's like if they're, yeah. I mean, as long as you got an open space to like kind of bunny hop, you know what I'm talking about. When you sort of like bunny hop once you shockwave.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! This isn't a chaos. Fuck. It's not that hard. You just gotta like if you stand right like next to me and you're face the other way, like right now, I could throw it like at the ground.
You want to pick a piece? Let's go.
Damn it! You just moved right when I was gonna throw it.
Oh, sorry.
I need more shockwaves. Here, let's go up on top of this ridge.
I'm already there.
Oh, Mr. Zipline. I need some barrels or something to top off. Here, up here.
Thank you.
Alright, now what?
That's what I'm looking for. Where are you at?
Oh, there's somebody over here.
Where?
I'm going right in
Man,
on
they're
him.
shooting me shooting be really good. They go back.
Shit. Okay, maybe they're a little sweaty to run in on.
Yeah.
Are you down?
No.
No, run. I didn't know what you were. I didn't know how you were going in on them. I thought we were just going balls deep.
I was going to, and then I started getting shot, and I'm like, no.
Dude, I don't know.
I had to rethink my strategy.
I don't think. I don't know, dude. I think they're going to be coming after you for one. Yeah, I grabbed my card, but there he is. There they are. They are running together. They're playing like a good team. Don't do that. You're just going to get killed, dude.
I know I'm running.
Yeah. They were playing together. But I don't think the pistol's the gun for me. Not a blue one anyway. Not a... Are you really griefing these guys?
Trying my best.
You're not going to get them apart. Well, maybe right there, 164. Dead. Knocked.
That's what I mean.
33, 6-7. 6-7. I got new emotes. 6-7.
Adam. Knew I could do it. They just had the upper hand on them earlier.
Yeah. I thought us coming down and fucking shitting on top of their head would be smart, but I guess not.
Dude, they have some good loot. Okay, where's the reboot band at?
See that the girls, like 3 of the girls, finally got a icon skin.
No, which one?
Somerset, Reddish, somebody, and somebody else.
Grab for somebody here.
Shit.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
I thought it was somebody else. I thought footsteps that way.
Well, I guess I got a pistol again. 2 pistols.
Pistol whip somebody.
What else choice do I have?
You know what? Here, let's go over here. Get you some better loot.
I mean, will we though, or will we just die?
It will be. It will be. It will be. And you'll have heals
Oh,
too,
I see.
so you can heal up.
Holy shit.
I told you.
Fuck, dude.
Take the splashes first. And then take the pizza.
Fuck. There's so many make. Let's go.
Alright.
I have a gold AR. I just need ammo, really, and a shotgun.
I'll give you some. Dude, somebody's healing right there.
Oi. Fuck, I'm out of ammo. Where's this dude dead? Where are you?
I'm down here in the bottom.
You already got his ammo.
Dude, he had the chaos reloader. Come get this.
Holy shit.
Okay, let's go.
Oh man, and I need that. Well, there's a chug. Hang on. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll wait for you.
I've got a pizza and 3 med kits. No, I need to take, fuck, I need ammo. Okay. Oh, you drive.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, it's
I
only.
like, who's reading?
I got no
Who's
ammo,
rebooting?
dude. No ammo.
Don't worry, I'll give you some. You just gotta get out of the storm first.
Yeah. I do have a zip line. And a pizza. Alright. Now let's step. Oh, yeah.
See? We're good.
Okay, let's get that chest. Oh, no. I'm back in. The storm's still coming.
Why am I not driving? Oh, okay. Hold on. Go.
Fucking camera.
Freaking Scooby-Doo, man. I don't like those Scooby-Doo skins. I'm gonna hop in this bush real fast.
You give me some AR. Do you have AR ammo?
Oh yeah, let me drop that.
I mean, if you have sniper.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay.
What else do you need?
I mean, I have 13 shotgun.
Okay, here. No, I have no shotgun. Actually.
Okay.
Oh no, never mind. I do.
20. That's good. That's fine. I'm stacked. Dude, you should see my inventory. This is as fucking gold as my inventory maybe has ever been. Like every slot is gold except for the fucking zip line.
Open this chest on top. Oh, never mind. We can't drive it no more. Oh, what happened? I accidentally hit the zip line.
Why can't we drive it? Oh,
It's
low
about to
fuel.
run out of gas.
Yeah. Okay, where are we going?
Just go over here. Yep.
Where?
Right here.
Monkey?
Yeah. We're gonna drive the van. There's somebody here, so be careful.
Shit. I'm kind of stuck in the air. I fucking deployed too soon.
Where you at?
Over here.
Okay. What is that?
Oh, that's a lightning bolt. What is that? Did we both get it?
No, you could grab it though if you want.
What the hell does it do?
Content. It hits really hard. I'm gonna just tell you that.
Okay.
Let's go.
There's only 3 of them?
Yeah. Use it when they're next to you.
Like a shotgun?
Better than a shotgun. They'll take you up in the air. And you're
The
gonna
new
be
update,
like,
I mean, we're just finding out. I haven't played much. I played 2 games. I posted that on YouTube. I just recorded, and we decided it's a really good lightning bolt. I mean, I dropped my movement for it, so it better be good.
oh, it's good. Trust me.
Oh, can I shoot him in the van? No, he's too far.
I wouldn't yet. Well, let them get close.
Yeah. Oh, let's oh, is there good? Yeah, we could call a rival, and then like camp out on top of the fucking roof. What do you think about that?
Yeah, we could do that.
And just fucking pick them off until it gets hairy. They're gonna be coming from that away, where all the machine gun fire is. What kind of range do I have on this? Oh, I see it right there too. Guess that's a building that doesn't want to die, huh?
No. Just they're gonna have to come over here.
Yep. Well, no,
We're
the
gonna
storm's
have to go,
shrinking on us. Fuck, let's get
Yeah,
in the car.
we're gonna have to go.
Are we taking the car?
No, I'm just leaving.
Shit, I left my
If you
movement.
want, you can bring it.
Fuck, I'm running right into it too. You know what? I'm gonna definitely have to throw down the fucking pizza.
Take it before you have to come over here. Don't die.
Eat it! Eat it! Oh my god, dude. Sitting there fucking around with pizza and I could have just been out. Here, I'm coming. Oh! Well, that was good content, god damn it. Good job. Now I can eat the pizza.
There you go.
I must have tabbed out or something, because... Yep. GG's. W crew for carry. Little W. Little W. Nah, W Sasuke. W Sasuke. I didn't even know we were down. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know we were even down that close.
Yeah, me neither. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, I'll take it. Yeah.
Right, I'll take the victory.
I did a good job of.
Well, at least I got you that good loot earlier.
I know. I had that lightning bolt too, and
Why did you use it? That would
I wanted to use it too, and I dropped my zip line, and that was just like I was shambles.
Yeah.
Once I dropped my movement, man, I should have dropped a fucking another gun, but I wanted all that gold fucking in my.
Yeah, I know. You should never carry more than 3 weapons. That's
I know. And I did too, because I had a.
You need a heal and you need movement.
I know.
I carry 2 movement.
Jay Mizzy, the one that got us into that Boomer Cup thing.
Oh yeah.
I watch him sometimes, and like he'll only carry fucking a shotgun.
Yeah, I'll only carry
Crazy.
shotgun, SMG, or AR.
I mean, I shouldn't definitely carry more than 3 max. Because you got to have a, depending on your heals, right? Like if I got like a chug jug or pizza or something, it's a lot easier. Especially pizza, yeah. Like, Max, yes, this is live. This is live. Sasuke had a little time to, and I figured, what the hell? Instead of recording it, I'll just go live. Don't you wish you could use your hand, Max? See, you're a moderator in my chat, Max.
Was he watching?
Are you driving the bus, Max? What's wrong with this guy? It's like he's got something wrong with his hand.
Where do you want to land?
Too much, I don't know. Is that place dark because I haven't been there yet? Is that, do they do that
You can
stuff?
go there.
But, yeah. I haven't been to Tip Top either. Is that dark, or is it just because it's like greener grass?
No, they call it dark domain because the boss is there.
Well, something happens in dark domain, no? You know what? There was like a mini boss over at our little POI over there, the little van down by the river. Kind of. You know, the van down by the river. The slurp truck down by the coast there where we go a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, pot. I'm gonna harpoon somebody to death. Mythic Chaos is here. I like those words. Oh. So, but is it the boss? Is there like there's no definite boss spawn here, right? And like I was saying, I didn't end up killing the thing, but down by our POI, yeah, like there was a weird I don't know if it was a mini boss or what it was. What are you doing down there? Why are you so far away?
I have people on me.
Night War. Yeah, you probably do because you're so far away. Jesus. Do you know if he's... Oh, now I got people on me. Wait, oh, he's down the ground level. Thanks for stealing my kill. Awesome.
I stole your kill.
You did. I fucking was right on him with my reloader, dude. I'm gonna fucking shoot you. Come here. Let me shockwave you.
That made me laugh right now. I stole your kill.
Actually, we're gonna try it. We're gonna practice our little double shockwaving because we should always all double shockwave. You just started. Oh no, that's me. Great. I don't have anything good. Are we going for him? I need to know things.
No, not yet. Hold on. I'm trying to get this shield.
Where? What?
Never
What?
mind. You already left.
Nah, we can go back. Oh shit, my fucking headphones turned off.
Already broken.
Oh dude, I need a fucking... I don't even have an AR. I have a harpoon gun. I didn't even... Getting shot at? I think it's my right... Maybe... they're right outside there. Maybe I should pick up the harpoon gun. I don't know. They're on the roof. Oh, there's two. The fuck? How do I miss him every fucking time? Jesus Christ. The other dude. He's on me. Whew.
You okay? You sound like you're out of breath.
That was a little intense bit of a fight there. A little. What do you think, monkey? Huh? Yeah. Who's a good monkey? Hey, let's emote, buddy. That's right.
Take this rift right here.
Oh. It's a good monkey.
Make it over here. Right there, yeah.
Is that where we're going?
Yeah.
The field of murder? How's that feel, huh? Steal your kill.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you got it. Yo.
Oh, they're good. Okay.
Damn legends.
Chest over there where he is. Chill. Like grab that. Oh yeah. Oh, come here.
I died.
So there's this little plushie.
How did you die already, bro?
And it's a quest. See this thing?
I don't see it.
You don't see like a little penguin?
I don't see anything. I think
All right, so search ammo containers. Shit. Fuck are they? They're back at the house. They're shocking away. I don't know where they are.
I don't know where they're shooting.
Like the Simpsons season. Shit, dude. There's a lot of good fucking shit in here. Come in here. Come in here.
Yeah, I'm coming. Oh, somebody's shooting me again. Where are these people at? Oh, they're swimming.
Over here.
Got him.
Nice comms.
You like
Like, yeah, I mean, at this point, we're just all trying to, like, get our own kills, you know, I guess.
yeah, that's funny.
I guess it's like that Night War. That's cool. It's whatever. Let's just do our own thing. Can I get some fucking shockwaves so that we can shockwave together? Jesus.
Oh, somebody's shooting.
Yep. Footprint. I can almost see him. That was me. Totally me. Oh, there's another one? Is there another one?
I don't
think it was a solo. I think it was a fucking bot, dude. What kind of solo is gonna fucking shoot at a duo?
Where's the boss at?
Go down.
Where'd you go?
Down. The hole in the middle.
You would go down the hole, wouldn't you?
Yep. Fucking balls deep. Oh, I gotta get out of here. This is the tunnels. I forget what they do. Oh, God. I'm not good with the tunnels.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm up. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
Alright. This time, let's take the rift.
Okay. So jump, right?
Yes, jump. Hold on. You gotta get right next to it first. Right here.
Oh, yeah, baby. Ripped it the fuck out of that.
Over here somewhere.
Haven't we been here before?
Actually, let's do this for content.
Yep.
Right here.
What?
Fishing hole.
Fishing hole.
Yeah, the golden hole.
Oh, golden hole.
Yeah.
I like those words.
Oh my gosh. Here's your rod right here.
I know where my rod
Right
is.
here. Okay, there you go. You got it.
I forgot to pick up my rod.
Oh my gosh.
Well, did I get anything?
You gotta pull it when it tugs on you.
Oh. Search an ammo container. I still got a minute 15 to do that. You see any ammo containers? Hey.
Yeah, you're over here.
Has it been looted?
Over by me. Nope.
Where? How are you?
Right here.
Okay. Let me grab my shit and be on my way. Got 50 seconds. It's for XP. Where?
It's in that little building right here. Right next to us. Right here. Right here. Yeah, go in there.
Oh, I have to do 3 of them.
Oh my gosh, this guy.
I'm not gonna do it.
Like
It's not gonna happen. I didn't
3
know.
of them.
I wasn't paying that much attention. It's just XP.
Alright, let's go over here.
But I do like unlocking skins. We need more chests.
Yeah, I know.
I want to ride the llama, dude.
Your llama.
Yeah. Ouch, 1 hour update. Yeah, dude, you should have had your shit ready, man. You knew it was going to be a minute. I don't know why it takes an hour for what they changed, but whatever.
I'll take this card out and go with it.
Good. I'm old. I need fucking wheels.
We're gonna do this for the content right now. There's a
I
mythic
like
weapon over
Max. I like how he's thinking. Right? He's always about that content. Sasuke, why haven't you been? You haven't streamed, right?
Not in the past week and a half.
So you streamed since we all streamed together that one time?
No, I did, yeah. Did by myself.
Are you killing somebody?
I'm killing these drones.
What happens now?
Watch.
Hang on, let me get out and let me kill the last one.
Grab it.
It's a fucking harpoon. What is it?
I don't know.
Grapple? Yo. So it is kind of like a shotgun. Hang on. Where did my I set my goal?
I took.
You know what? You got to move. You know what? You got to move.
Got him. Got him.
Shit. I was about to zap him with my fucking thunderous balls of lightning. Oh, where's that come from? Oh, they're still over there. They're still over there. They're shooting at us. Let's not fuck with that because I can't. I don't have much.
Oh, they left.
Yeah. Let's get in the car and go. Or something.
Okay.
Let's get a different car over here. Oh, too late.
Somebody else shooting?
Yep. Let me finish him. All right.
I told you.
Holy Lord. Shit! Oh no, those things still exist. He got me with the fucking Iceman gloves. Come res me if you can. It's getting sweaty right over here. Fuck. Yeah, everybody's coming here. Get out of here or something. Fuck, dude. That was good content, though. Like, I killed somebody with the whip, and then I killed... Oh, they're gonna be stacked, dude. I don't even think they're on my shit, though. Yeah, careful, bro.